Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody had a good trip over here, and it's 10:03. So my name is Brett Millan, and I'm currently one of the co-chairs. My co-chair, Ann Kennemer, is not here today, but let's call this meeting to order. And let me just get started with a few housekeeping issues. This meeting is webcast, and therefore we do want to make sure that anybody who's viewing it on webcast or later on recording can hear what we say. So whenever you participate, please make sure that you turn your mic on and have it close to you so you can speak. And then at the same time, turn it off when you're not speaking. We do want to have our cell phones on silent. The other thing is, if you need to use the restrooms are along this hall over here, so we have that. In case of an emergency, we do have, of course, the exit to the back, where we can leave out the front door, or our closest exit is actually the one right back here, so to our right. You have, if you haven't already turned in, you have the envelopes for the lunch at your seat. If you can please put the money there and then just in the envelope and then just pass it on to one of the ends so it can be collected before lunch. We plan for lunch to be around 12 o'clock, but depending on discussion, could be a little bit earlier, might be a little bit later. And for those people who are watching on webcast, as we get closer to lunch, we'll mention when we'll recess and when we'll reconvene, because lunch may not be a complete hour. It may be half an hour, depending on, half an hour, 45 minutes, depending on how much we need. You also have something new at your seats, a small little green form, which is the expense report. Coordinating board staff needs to prepare a report for the coordinating board regarding how much the institutions spend to bring us all here as a committee, and we've been doing this via email previously, and we'll still continue to do that as well, but this will likely give them faster information, and we can get more complete information. So I ask you to please don't forget to fill this out if you already have that information. Okay. I would like to just take a moment to thank everybody for their service. We all do put in time reading all the materials before we get here and travel here and also be here. And also every year at this meeting is the last meeting for some of us. About 6 to 7 people cycle off every spring. And so for those of you who are cycling off, we thank you very much for your service to the committee. I know it's been invaluable to me. Personally, hearing everybody's point of view and feedback, and I've spoken to Reinhold about it, and he has expressed the same. He also wanted me to make sure to mention that just because you're cycling off doesn't mean that we don't want you involved with the committee and with the coordinating board. So we value your feedback, and we really value your continued participation with the UEAC and with the coordinating board staff. Although we did do this last time, we don't have any official new members. We do have one member who now became official, who was took part in the last meeting, but now is officially here. I would like to do a quick introduction for everybody here. So we can start with Jana Brown.
Jana Chansey, Tyler Junior College.
Ed Byerly, Victoria College.
Melissa Armitar, Lamar Institute of Technology.
Sheila Pineras, Austin College.
Reginald Bell, Prairie View A&M University.
Reinhold Cornelius, Coding Board Staff.
Brett Millan, South Texas College.
Esther Ramsey, Sulross State University.
Melinda Valdez, Coordinating Board Staff.
Julie Penley, El Paso Community College.
Rick Miller, A&M Kingsville.
Sonia Flores, the University of Texas of the Permian Basin.
Steve Daniel, Texas Wesleyan University.
Beth Garcia, West Texas A&M University.
Sarah Maxwell, the University of Texas at Dallas.
Yvette Bendeck, University of Houston Clear Lake.
Emily Wilson, Texas A&M Health Science Center.
Nancy Martin, the University of Texas at San Antonio.
Bubba Adams, Ranger College.
Norma Bettis, Houston Community College.
Janet Turillo, Stephen F. Austin State University.
Thank you very much. And now moving on to our second item, consideration of summary notes from the September 23rd, 2016 meeting. These were sent out by coordinating board staff. I hope everybody has had a chance to look at them, either through email or earlier.
I have a question. It has to do with, at the end of that meeting, we were asked to list some things that we wanted to do at this meeting.
That's correct.
Right, and I don't actually see those things here. I was wondering how that transfer between that and the setting of the agenda, how does that work?
Well, I can answer part of it, and then I'll ask Reinhold to answer the rest. Some of those things that we mentioned at the last meeting are on the agenda, but it doesn't, the title's not real clear. It's consideration of Texas core curriculum. That's encompassing a couple of the items that we had mentioned on that last meeting.
The one I was particularly interested in had to do with the documentation of marketable skills.
Yes, let me pass that to Reinhold.
Yeah, that's my oversight that I didn't put this on this meeting because of the pressing issues of the other items. But I take note, and I will make sure that we discuss it in September.
Okay, thank you.
I thank you.
Any other questions or comments regarding the summary notes?
I just have a question in that. I'm wondering if we could receive the minutes shortly after each meeting instead of just prior to the next meeting?
I personally think that's a good idea, but it hasn't been the standard practice at our agency for all the committee meetings. I will bring this to discussion in-house and see how we do it. The issue is that it's a draft meeting, so we probably don't want to post it, but maybe we can send it out earlier. I certainly personally would like that. It just, if this gives us a push to do that, I think that would be good.
How quickly could we get, if we did go that way, how quickly could we get draft minutes just for discussion?
We typically write them right after the meeting, as long as we still have the meeting fresh in mind. So what we normally do is we write them right away, and then they sit there, but we haven't done anything with that in terms of finalizing them or doing the final edits or so on. But so normally we do that then before the meeting, but we can push that forward definitely and work with that. As I said, I think that would be a good idea.
Thank you. Any other comments, suggestions, or corrections on the summary notes? Then do I have a motion to accept the summary notes? Okay. Moved by Stephen Daniel. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Richard Miller. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay. Thank you very much. The summary notes accepted. Now we're moving to...
If I may say something, there were two requests for information in the last meeting. One was we had a presentation for the Pathways project, and you had asked for a map or a distribution of, so that we put that in there. And also Reginald had asked about the gender distribution of graduates, and I put those tables in there. And at the same time, this data which he asked for was not, and I'm not sure if it is with the new accountability system, but it was not public. But so you're right that it's not as looked as we maybe should have looked at. On the other hand, when I asked for the data, it was readily available in-house because somebody's working on it. So I think the awareness is coming along, and so this will help. That's just for those pages which are added to the minutes.
Thank you, Reynold. Then moving to agenda item 3, we've got discussion of third-party institutional providers contracting with institutions of undergraduate course credit. This is a topic that has been discussed at the Learning Technologies Advisory Committee, the LTAC, and the LTAC wanted to come and bring it up to us for our feedback as well. It's something that doesn't only impact distance education, but just undergraduate education as well. So we have Dr. Justin Louder from the Associate Vice Provost of E-Learning from Texas Tech University. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to come and speak to you today and give you just a little bit of information on these third-party providers. LTAC took this up about 2 meetings ago, and it was an item of conversation for the last 2 meetings, and then it was decided that because of what these providers are doing, it might be of interest to this body. I am a member of LTAC, and so I'm speaking on behalf of them today. I am not advocating for or against any of these providers. I'm providing information. I'm also not speaking on behalf of my institution. I'm speaking on behalf of the LTAC group. Let's see if this works. There we go. Earlier this year, the President's Forum and the Distance Education Accrediting Commission held a national forum discussing third-party alternative paths to learning and third-party providers. This group released a report actually this past March, and it was open for comment until early April, but it's since been closed for comment. That starts with this statement. Alternative or innovative providers are a growing sector of post-secondary education composed of companies and organizations that offer structured learning experiences or proficiency examinations untethered from traditional colleges and university settings. Alternative non-institutional based education providers arguably hold the potential of disrupting higher education by offering students a cost and time-saving pathway to a degree or credential. And so that is why I'm coming here today to speak with you. There are a couple of main advantages to these providers that I have seen in my research and in talks with LTAC. Students can obtain credits by low-cost or no-cost sources. They increase post-secondary education access and attainment because the barrier to education is lowered. But one of the main disadvantages that I've seen is there is some question on quality or rigor. There's very little oversight for these providers, for these courses or credits that they're providing. And actually the President's Forum, the report that they put out is a draft for a quality review process for these third-party credit providers. Of course, the American Council on Education has their alternative credit project. They are working with 6 alternative credit providers, and they have approved about 111 courses that they are approving for credit from these alternative credit providers. All of these courses are at the lower division level, and so they tend to cross over into core curriculum type coursework. And I will, in a couple of slides, show you what some of the courses are, and we'll talk through the process that students go through to take these classes and how they end up getting credit at our institutions. Originally, ACE reported that these 6 credit providers would put together 130 or more credits, or 130 or more classes, excuse me. Right now, only 111 are part of the ACE credit project. And then, of course, we've also got the Department of Education, who last year had the EQUIP project, the Educational Quality Through Innovation Partnership, which allowed students to use these third-party alternative credit providers in partnership with institutions of higher education to get financial aid as a path through to help pay for some of these items. As far as I know, and as far as we know, that the EQUIP project will still continue, even though that was a part of the last administration's push. We have not seen anything, or I have not seen anything looking at changing that. In Texas, there were 2 EQUIP project programs that you are probably familiar with, you may or may not be familiar with. UT Austin was one of the groups that received funding through the EQUIP project, working with a company called Maker Square. And then UT Austin was a traditional provider, and then Maker Square was providing other courses and content. The other one is the Dallas County Community College District. They are working with Straighter Line to provide course credit to students at a low or no cost process. So who offers the credit? There are a number of groups, and these are actually hyperlinks, and so I'd pull them up, but we can just talk through it. There are really 6 big ones that I found that are offering course credit in the undergraduate or core curriculum areas. Ed4 credit, edX, of course, which is a MOOC provider, Pearson Learning Solutions, the Saylor Academy, Sophia Learning, and Straighter Line. Out of all of them, Straighter Line appears to be the largest provider, or offers more classes than many other groups. And then there are about 4 or 5 that are coding providers that are offering classes in the computer science type fields, and those are there on the right: Hacker, HackWrecker, General Assembly, HackBright, and Coding House. All of those are offering not typically college credit for these classes, but they're coding short courses and things. The majority of the ones on the left side are done online, and so that is what LTAC took up and discussed. The ones on the right side, the coding providers, tend to be a mixture of either face-to-face or online courses for students. Out of all of these, right now I found 3 institutions in Texas that are providing or partnering with some of these groups. Now there may be others, but these were what these companies had on their websites. So Texas Women's University accepts about 15 credits according to ACE. Dallas County Community College, and it's actually their Cedar Valley College has about 45 credits that is part of their partnership with ACE and Straighter Line. And then the University of Incarnate Word, there are 121 credits according to Straighter Line that's available. That doesn't mean they're going to accept them all, but they're part of their agreement, I suppose. Students can complete, like I said, undergraduate core curriculum. So they could take a year's worth of freshman and sophomore level courses for a drastically reduced price. English composition, literature, biology, chemistry, government, psychology. Some of these offer anatomy and physiology 1 and 2. They offer upper or mid-level psychology courses, histories, governments. Really anything that is seen in the core curriculum, these programs are offering them. And so how does it work? A student finds a provider that they want to take courses from. They find the course that they want to take. They then look for a university that accepts the transfer credit. However, if their university is not a partner, they can then, with some of these companies, take the transfer credit or take the credit and go through ACE and have ACE do their credit evaluation, and then the student is given an ACE transcript to then take to their institution. So it's either a direct pass from these third-party providers into an institution, or they're using ACE or some another third-party provider to kind of route them through and then take it into our institutions. The student registers for the course or the credit via the provider. They complete the course, and then they are awarded credit and that they can then transfer into their institution. The majority of these courses have little to no faculty interaction with the student. The student completes coursework at their own pace. They have a syllabus. There are learning outcomes or objectives from the course, but it is very much, or it appears to be, very similar to correspondence-based education, where the student works through it at their own pace, turns in assignments, and at the end gets a grade or completion. Some of the providers do give students tutoring, but that is done through another third-party provider. So it's not done through the third-party vendor that's offering the credit. It's done through another company, and students are given 10 hours or so of tutoring. As I said, courses have objectives, they have assignments, they may have exams, or they may only have exams and nothing else at the end. Once a student completes everything that they're required to do, they're given credit by the company, and as I said, is transferred either into an institution directly or through ACE or another company for a transcript, and then they come to you. Some of the biggest areas of concern. Like as I said, there are no quality review processes for these groups. Individuals designing the course may or may not possess appropriate academic credentialing to teach the course at a university, so there would be SACs and other implications. Some providers may not want to go through some type of review because that will increase their costs and increase their times to completion, so that may be an issue. As I said in the beginning, there are questions on the rigor. Are these courses or are these credits comparable to what is being offered in your institutions? Are they comparable to what's being offered online through our institutions or face-to-face, whatever that might be? It's very hard to determine how they're going, how they're being offered without actually taking a course or going through it. Very briefly, for example, if you can see it, the costs, and this is from one of the third-party providers. This is actually straight off of the Straighter Line website. A cost for similar to 1 year of college credit with Straighter Line is around $1,200 versus costs that they have for 4-year private, public, and 2-year institutions. So it's a significant savings for the student to do this. What it appears is that the student can either pay an annual license or subscription to these companies and then pay per course, some as low as $49, and then go through the course as they will. And so with that, that's kind of my brief overview, and really what LTAC was looking for was a discussion with this body on your thoughts and what next steps might be. Once again, we're not for or against these providers. It was merely an item of discussion and something that we thought this group should talk about as well, and kind of see if there is something that either as LTAC or UEAC we wanted to do. We wanted to get more information, if there were concerns or things that needed to be discussed, or if it was just something that was out there and just something we wanted to know about. So with that, I'd welcome any questions or comments.
I do have a question for the scope of LTAC's work here. So, in this situation, they do it all, right? How does that compare with, say, something like Barnes & Noble's courseware, where, in fact, they will give you a package course, the textbook, you, the faculty member at that institution, still supervise that, but it's a third-party provider, and it costs $50, let's say, for an introductory psychology course, all in. But the third party only provides that. They don't grade it. They don't administer it. Have you guys looked at that other alternative?
So the discussion there was doing it that way, so any kind of courseware that a faculty member may adopt in their course in an online class, face-to-face, whatever, there is still that faculty interaction.
Right,
And there's still
exactly.
that faculty member that passes some kind of SACS or other accreditation standards, but they have the credentialing to teach the class. With these third-party providers that students are going through outside of an institution,
We don't know.
we don't know.
We don't know.
And so that's where the difference was, and that was discussed because that came up.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and that's my concern. I'm not accepting any credit if I don't know the qualifications of the faculty member. It's that simple. I would not accept any of these unless they went through ACE, because ACE is an educational provider. They're accredited. They have standards. These online, where are the standards?
See, and I think, and that came up as well. I think the concern with LTAC was that if a student went through one of these partner institutions that was partnered with the third-party provider, and they automatically awarded credit, then that third party, then that institution would transcript it, and if they transferred to my institution or your institution or anything else, we have no idea because it's then transcripted from the partner school, and there's no way to trace it back. So there are lots of questions surrounding these, and there are a few in-state partners, and I'm not sure. I looked at the list. I didn't see anyone on UEAC that was a partner, but I might have missed somebody.
And let's just pause for a second and ask, do you know if any of your institutions currently accept any credits from a third-party provider?
I will mention something. We have in our paramedic program, we will accept some credit, but it's a licensure acceptance of credit, not just they had a third party. If someone went through a full paramedic program and they got a national licensure, then we may credit some of those lower level beginning classes, but not just give regular credit for a because my first thought is, if this was going to be possible, we would all be teaching that through continuing education at a lower cost and credit it from our own institution with licensed or approved credentialed faculty. So we even would have a hard time doing that. I think it wouldn't be, I've been part of the prior learning assessment that we've been going through the last year, and whoever's in the North Texas Consortium. And a lot of those are technical. I don't think our faculty would be very excited to know we were accepting these core curriculum and gen ed courses when they go through such a rigorous accountability.
What I was wondering is, are these providers being used for some of the dual credit courses that are arriving at our school from the high schools?
So I did not see anything on websites that discussed dual credit. All I saw were core curriculum. Let me see if I can make one of these links work just to show you something, and if not, I may have to move over to the. Oh, there it goes. Now it's going. I'm going to do maybe. That's not the right. Okay, here we go. So straighter line is it appears to be, and once again, I'm not advocating for or against or anything like that. It appears to be one of the larger ones that is out there, and so let me just go right here and show you. So here are the courses that they offer, or they're available to students. So there are your English classes, writing, English 1, English 2, health sciences, as I said, you've got anatomy and physiology 1, 2, and things like that. And so this is, it does not have anything on there that says dual credit. I don't know if they don't allow that or not. I don't know if they say, you could be a high school student. Like I said, I've never signed up for any of these classes. I don't know what required from students to do it, but I don't know if they have to have a high school diploma or not.
Comment. My concern, and I think the concern for many of the deans of accredited programs, I work for a AACSB accredited program, and every 5 years we get to visit. We have to prove that 90% of our credits were taught by persons who fall within one of the 4 quadrants of qualifications. If we can't prove that, we don't get our accreditation maintained. So I think that that's the most problematic point that I hear. How do you demonstrate academic qualifications for persons in the third party who taught the courses?
And like I said, that you may be able to find that information, but I think you're going to have to dig a little bit, or you're going to have to visit with these providers. I don't know if they would be forthcoming with that information. I'm not sure. And it was just, that's kind of where this all started going, is those questions.
Well, I just want to make a point that might be helpful. Looking at some of the mandatory tables, for example, when we submit our executive summary to the AACSB, and I've served on a lot of committees and chaired a lot of committees, those mandatory tables are just that, they're mandatory, and perhaps working with some of the major accrediting bodies in the various fields would help if you could demonstrate to those accrediting bodies how the third parties contribute, and not only contribute, but are actually offered by faculty or academically qualified.
I think, if I may, I think the question you raised about dual credit's an important one, and needs exploration. The 20 high schools that we offer classes in will not allow us to do any online classes. So I think, and I don't know if others have the similar experience, but these guys would not have a market there because they simply, somebody has to be face-to-face in the classroom with those high school students. They don't allow us to do online. So I don't know if others.
Yeah, to address that, we do a lot of online, a lot of dual credit at South Texas College with, many districts. And we do offer online classes to those, but they must be our faculty. But to address the question of dual enrollment and the third party, since dual credit must be awarded by the higher education institution, it's really the higher education institution who is contracting with the third party, not because it's their reputation, it's not the high school. So I think that's where it really comes. It's not the high school saying we want to have Straight Line doing it. It'd be one of us. So I think that's really where it goes.
In the push to keep costs down, that would be a very tempting. It also is a little concerning if you can't determine what requirements they have for being admitted into Straight Line. And then the person is being awarded college credit, and we don't even know if they had finished 8th grade before they started it.
Now, there may be, and like I said, I've never signed up for a course, so there may be some questions there that you have to go through, or you may have to provide high school transcripts. I'm not sure. I haven't gone that far into the process.
And it may vary by provider.
And that's right. It may vary by provider.
You did mention, though, that there were mid-level psychology courses, and so for those, we would have required prerequisites at our campus. I wonder about, whether they would have similar prerequisites.
One of the providers, and I don't remember which one, it had abnormal psychology in it, and that's what my bachelor's is in, and I remember that's a junior senior level class, or at least it was when I took it, and so there may be something there.
Quick question. Would it appear on the transcripts?
So if the student is transferring it into an institution, I think the institution is just transcripting it as they would any other transfer credit. So it would say English 1301, probably credit, probably not a grade, but probably just credit.
Just credit. So I don't work in the registrar's office, but let's say a transcript appeared from Dallas Community College District to the University of Texas at Dallas. We would have no way of knowing where that course was taken.
I don't believe so. Now, it may vary by institution that's partnered with them. They may say something in there about, their third-party provider. I don't know. The Dallas County partnership is relatively new. I believe it was announced sometime last year as part of the EQUIP grants and the EQUIP program. So I'm not sure how they're doing it. I'm not sure if they already have students in there or where it is, but I know it's relatively new. But it's limited to Cedar Valley College as part of the DCCD. Or at least that's where according to the websites, that's where the students from the third-party provider get their transfer into. They may be able to go to other DCCD schools, but at least it starts at Cedar Valley, based on their website.
I'd be interested in seeing how that transcripts as well, but if I had to take a guess, I would think that the easiest way a registrar would post it on a transcript would be the same way they post CLEP credit or AP credit when it would say CLEP and then the course and number of credit hours, but not necessarily anything other. So it may be something like, I would imagine that would be what a registrar would do.
I would like to
That'd be a
answer.
question.
Sarah, I liked your question because for ours, on the transcript, you would know it would say credit by exam. I know probably between us and SFA are the most they see. It says credit by exam, but as a university, when you see that would be IB credit, CLEP credit, AP credit, something like that. And we usually only transcript it as a CR, hours earned, but it doesn't compute in the grade point average too. But if I got it from Dallas County, I would not transcript that. It would be only transcripted at the originating institution. Does that make sense? Okay.
When, at least at University of Houston Clear Lake, we require transcript from every institution attended for admissions purposes. So the question really is, if Strader sends us the transcript, we would look at it whether they were accredited by the Department of Education or the CHA, the list, yeah.
CHIA.
CHIA, yeah. And if they appear there, then we would start considering them into the transfer GPAs and things like that. But we do accept ACE and we do not question ACE transcripts at all. If it appears there, it gets transferred and posted in.
Dr. Peebles?
So the question of third-party providers has been brought to us in the last, 6 months or a year or so. And so we've actually done a little bit of digging into this, and it came to us primarily because of what we call the Chapter 7 schools, which are for-profit institutions and people from out of state and so forth that we have some oversight of. And the thing to keep in mind about this is that, and the issue of credentials and all of that comes up, but the thing is none of these folks actually grant credit for anything. So they're not institutions of higher education. And they're not accredited, as a general rule, they're not accredited by anybody, and they don't need to be because they don't grant degrees, they don't grant credit for courses. What they do is they just teach the course. And so it's up to the institutions that are accredited to determine whether they're going to give credit for it or not. And so and we've talked to a couple of them and asked about their accreditation status or that kind of thing, and they were very clear about we don't need to be accredited and we don't seek accreditation because we don't grant credit for these courses. And ACE doesn't either, by the way. So when you take something from ACE, what you're doing is you're accepting, and I think ACE is a reputable place to be accepting credit from, by the way. But ACE, what they do is they look at the content of training and that kind of thing and determine what it matches in terms of coursework, and then it's up to the institution, just as it is with CLEP or AP or IB or challenge exams that are departmentally based, for example. A lot of colleges have departmental challenge exams, and particularly in the world of career and technical education, where you can walk in and say, look, I know I've been working on transmissions for 10 years, and so I want credit for the class on transmissions. And they say, well, here's the challenge exam. And now the challenge exam may be, we'll take that transmission apart and put it back together or fix it or whatever. But again, the idea behind a lot of this is, and as you pointed out, part of it is, I think, is a money-saving gesture, because it may be cheaper to outsource your instruction than it is to do it in-house. And so they provide a way for outsourcing of your instruction, but it's still up to the institution about whether they're going to grant credit or not. And what folks like Straighterline depend on is an agreement with institutions that says, yes, we will accept this credit. So it's a real interesting sort of netherworld that at some point I think is going to require a much harder look at, which I think is why Justin is here, right?
Can I interject
in some ways. But anyway, sure.
Maybe I was confused, but the question that I have is, okay, let's say that the university accepts the course. How do you tell the AACSB that if you have a scholarly academic faculty who is the highest ranking faculty in your college and in one of your departments, and say the requirement to be a scholarly academic is 3 refereed published articles and 2 other written type of documents, say a proceedings, a monograph, a book chapter, okay, and you accept the course. Now the AACSB says, okay, who taught this course? And they're claiming to be a scholarly academic faculty. Okay, prove it. How do you prove that the person who taught the course is qualified according to your own standard?
Well, in what accrediting body are you referring to?
The AACSB, the
business deal, the Association of Business. Okay, and maybe they would be then the only accrediting body that I know of that actually requires you to demonstrate the qualifications of courses that you've accepted in transfer or by exam. Typically, accrediting bodies only want you to demonstrate the credentials of faculty that are teaching the courses that you actually offer. So, and they may be an exception to that. But that's a good question. If that is indeed true, that's a good question, how you would do that. And I have no idea how you would do that.
Well, I serve as chair of the graduate committee, and this past February, we had to do mandatory tables where we had to satisfy the requirement that 90% of the credit hours that we offered were delivered by faculty who met one of 4 qualifications in 4 qualification quadrants. So we had to prove to the accrediting body that the faculty who delivered the actual course content were qualified as deemed by our college.
Regardless of whether it was, well, but 90% of the total credits.
Yeah, but we didn't have any outside.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, and so, but again, that then would leave 10% open to a third-party provider or credit by exam, or whatever it might be. And those will vary by accrediting body, right? Yeah.
Reginald, I think where it is, I think it's semantic on the rule, because the way you phrased it was 90% of the courses that you offered, and I believe that what these I don't even want to call them institutions, because by definition, they're not institutions. They're just content providers. Those courses aren't courses that you offered. You just granted credit for. I think that's where those.
If I said offered,
that's where those
delivered.
businesses.
I meant delivered. The actual courses that were taught, they actually count the semester credit hours, and then there's a ratio of the credit hours, and then there's breakdown of 50% and 90% and so on and so forth.
I think that's where these businesses are trying to go in through that. I think that's the, I don't want to say loophole, but I think that's the the line that they're trying to walk.
I have a couple of questions. One, I'm concerned about what Rex was saying. They don't award credit. We do. So I'm assuming that there's no assurance, it's buyer beware, and that they have folks signing up for these courses and they are not aware of that. So I guess that's more of a statement than a question. But I'm also wondering about a partner institution and how partner institutions would have some assurance that the third-party course included the required core objectives.
Well, I think unless the institution explicitly asked the question and then checked for that, that they wouldn't know. And so it seems to me that it should be incumbent upon the institutions then to confirm that the courses they're getting, or the courses that they're going to then transcript and grant credit for, do meet whatever institutional criteria there are, state criteria there are, or accrediting body criteria that are there. And you know, in SACS, I think, and I don't remember the specific standard or requirement, but there is a requirement that addresses when you have, but I'm trying to remember, I think it only addresses the instance in which you have credit that is you're taking credit from another institution for a substantial portion of your, and it's almost like when you have a partnership with another institution and they offer half the curriculum and you offer the other half or something. That addresses that directly. So I don't know of any accrediting body that has anything that really directly addresses the issue of third-party providers and then how you get that accreditation. But that, and I think it's one of those things that probably is going to have to be discussed by a lot of different people, and at some point it's going to have to be addressed in some much broader way than every institution trying to grapple with this by themselves, because as pointed out, once an institution transcripts that credit, then the only way you may know that it didn't come through that college is it may say on it, you may get the credit by exam notion, but then you don't know, well, was that an AP exam? Was it a departmental exam, a CLEP or whatever it might be? So, yeah. Kind of a wide open.
Julie?
So my question is this informational? Is LTAC asking us to do something? It seems like there is no taste for this at all, and we all have institutional policies and procedures, and we all have our accreditation status that we don't want to jeopardize. What are we to do with this information?
So I think LTAC's thought was one, we wanted it to bring it to your attention and have a discussion with this group, and then make a decision. Do we want to do anything with it? Do we want to get more information from the actual providers? Do we want to go back to our institutions and see, you know, if that has come through your schools? I don't know. I think what LTAC was really looking for was your thoughts, because the majority of these courses that these providers are providing the content for are at the undergraduate level and at the core curriculum level. And so that's why they said, why don't we bring it up here and get this body's thoughts on, you know, do we want to do something else or have additional discussions, or leave it up, you know, as Dr. People said, I mean, institutionally, you know, policies and that, and maybe let somebody else kind of look at it broadly.
Well, I think overall the committee seems to be rather negative on the idea of this, but I do have, yeah, you know, this reminds me of when SACS required the Virtual College of Texas. This was probably about 11 or 12 years ago. Required the Virtual College of Texas to get accredited as VCT and not just its individual, you know, community college member institutions. And one of the aspects that SACS required was transparency and faculty credentials of the courses being taught, so that if a student was signing up from Tyler for a course being offered from South Texas College, Tyler knew the credentials of South Texas College, so that when Tyler had their SACS, SACS, visit or reaccreditation, they could, in good conscience, do exactly what Reginald has been saying, well, here they are, here are all the courses that were taught by our faculty, and we have this really small percentage that were offered, of students who took it through the VCT program, but we have their credentials as well. And we all had to undergo that as well. So this reminds me of that same problem as one of the problems with this, and I do think that it would probably have to be tackled. I do have a question as far as LTAC. We seem to be rather negative. You said you're not for or against, so you didn't want to poison the well on us, but how was LTAC's feeling about this?
I think the same concerns that this body has brought up came up there as well. I think the group sees it, one, I mean, it's an innovative way to provide education, and that has tended to be a lot of times the distance and online world kind of going that way into different innovation. But the same concerns that this group has came up there, and we did not, and LTAC does not at this time have anybody on the committee that actually is one of the, or at least one of the named partners that I found on these websites. So we weren't able to have direct conversations with somebody that is doing it, and to get more information.
Are you planning on inviting any of the representatives from some of those institutions to come to LTAC and talk to you about their experience or how they're doing?
So I think LTAC, we talked about it the last 2 meetings, and then the decision was to come here, and then we will talk about next steps. And I'll email and Dr. Andrew Lofters and Patrick Plush, who the chair and the coordinating board staff member, and kind of let them know what happened here and see if they want to take it back up or have another conversation about it. But really, and then again, maybe looking to Rex and the coordinating board on their thoughts on, is this something we need to continue to talk about, or is it something that we just kind of let sit there because it's an institutional decision? I'm not sure.
Okay, Richard?
I just want to make a point of clarification between or among the difference of no, maybe, and yes. I'm not negative on the topic. I like the word skeptical. And healthy skepticism is very important because accrediting bodies are not only the assurances of rigor in a program, but that there is some standard and that there is some culpability in the various programs. For example, if you're a nursing program, your graduates should know the difference between sodium pentobarbital and insulin. I would think that they would, and they would know some Latin terms and some pharmacology terms. So my argument is that when you think of accreditation, these nuances or saying that you may be able to get away with this or the other is very important when those visiting deans come to your campus and they're evaluating you from head to toe on your program offerings and the curriculum associated with each of the courses that are offered in the various programs. So clarification, I'm not negative on it, I'm skeptical.
Thank you, Reginald. Yeah, I think you bring up a good point, is that some of these providers don't have a system of accountability on them as institutions do. They're unregulated.
I would like to just end. I mean, I think you all have copies of the PowerPoint I provided. I provided a Dropbox link that has all of the research that I pulled together for this presentation, reports, articles, and other things. If you follow that bit.ly link that's there, you can get all of the information. The other is a link to a video that ACE put together to kind of talk about their alternative credit project that they're working on, or they've put together. So those are 2 items, but everything that I pulled that I used for this presentation is going to be in that Dropbox folder. And I believe you've got my contact information as well in your packet. And so if you have trouble with that or any other questions, please feel free to email me and let me know.
And if you go home and discuss this issue with your colleagues, and then if you decide how we might frame the question that we could answer, then you please feel free to email me, and we can work on it for the agenda for September. And you can work with me then how we put it on there so that we have a constructive discussion for targeted discussion.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Dr. Lauder. Appreciate it. Tell our colleagues at LTAC that we appreciate their work as well.
Thank you. You have a great.
Well, if there are no further comments on that one, we'll move to agenda item 4, which is consideration of the Texas Core Curriculum. And here are two specific things that were brought up at the last meeting and since then to Dr. Cornelius. And so I'll let him start us off on this discussion. And I know that's one of the reasons Dr. Peebles is here as well.
Yes, so the agenda item is about the Texas Core Curriculum. And as all of you who are on LEAP know, that we received email from the combined letter from the combined provost of UT System about the individual skills attainment courses that we discussed last time. And after that, we also received one letter from the provost from Stephen F. Austin State University. The letters were similar, but a little bit different because they one was more for more specific towards the language courses, and so the introductory language courses. And I gave you those letters, and I also provided you with a response letter by the coordinating board in this regard.
Are there any questions or comments? I'm assuming there are. There are representatives from some of the schools that are from these letters as well.
I'm just looking at the last paragraph of the letter from UT System Provost that says we respectfully request a moratorium on course deletion from the TCC, and that UEAC discuss, determine, and publish a clear, objective, operational definition of skills development courses inappropriate for inclusion in the core curriculum, as well as a feasible timeline for the core curriculum revision. And so I wonder where we are with that request.
We found that we can't really do a moratorium because we have ongoing requests, on a day-by-day basis, and so we have to deal with it. And we followed the recommendation by the UEAC not to delete those courses right away, and the UEAC recommended 2 years, which we took as what we go by. And also we followed an informal idea from UT, which said, well, you don't have to take these courses out. You can leave them stand in your info sheet. So logistically, that's a logistical thing. The courses stay there, and then for the fall 18, so every institution will be notified of the decision. And since this is a course-by-course decision, that is reflected in the information sheet institutions receive. It's not, we don't go by rubrics and numbers and lists. That is a misconception. We look at every single course, and that is reflected in the information sheet. But the information is printed on there, and then we will go forward with it for fall 2018.
Another question. If I understood correctly, at the LEAP conference, Dr. Peebles, and I may not have, I don't know if he's still here, that the foreign language courses were being reconsidered as whether or not they are skills courses. Did I understand that correctly? And if so, What's the status on that?
I wasn't there. I don't know. What I can say is that talking to institutions and people representing on the core, the misconception is that we delete all courses in language, and that we don't do.
Yes, to your question, I mean, about being under review. So I think there's two, or at least I would like to see it treated as two separate issues, if you will. The so-called skills courses, separate from foreign language courses. Because I will admit, personally, the foreign language courses vex me more than the other ones do, in some sense. But so I think that in part of a conversation that I've had with the commissioner is also revolved around foreign language courses and in the request that we just sort of take another look at those. And so I think there's a number of things that we ought to consider about that. And I've heard a lot of the angst around foreign language, which I must admit I find somewhat interesting when I look at degree programs, and I would be willing to bet that less than half, and it may be even considerably less than that, of all bachelor's degrees in Texas actually require a foreign language. More and more, most of them don't. And so it's somewhat of a paradox there about how important is this really to institutions if they don't require them in their degrees. And so I think that's a part of it. But I think there's a clear distinction that has been made and that ought to be made perhaps between first-year foreign language courses and second-year foreign language courses, and then which one of those actually fits a component area definition. So I think the short answer to your question is that, yeah, the foreign language stuff is under, are we going to take a closer look at that? Definitely, yeah.
I suppose my real question is, are the foreign language courses that are slated for deletion still slated for deletion? And I have to say, Rex, when we're squeezed at 120 for a bachelor's degree, and we've got 42 hours, of the core, there probably maybe a lot of degree plans that would love to require a foreign language but can't, and are requiring that double dip or something for the degree. I'm just very concerned that it's coming out of many of those courses are coming out of the core, and we have a philosophical difference of opinion on whether or not those are skills courses at the introductory level. So I'm hoping that those courses will not be removed from the core, introductory foreign language courses.
Well, and I don't, yeah, I mean, whether we want to call them skills courses or not, I think is somewhat sort of irrelevant, and maybe a poor choice of words, especially for the introductory foreign language courses, because I think in some sense they are skills courses, but then, so is English 1301 in some respects. But English 1301 also assumes that you've had a lot of years of language before you get there, which introductory foreign language courses don't. And so I think the real question then is whether those courses actually meet foundation component area definition or not. And then part of the discussion, and this is probably something that as a committee, you guys need to have some discussion about as a part of going forward, then is how does all of that relate to something like the component area option, for example? And so I don't know how many of you have been following the legislature, but there has been an awful lot of discussion and legislation put forward about transfer and about the core curriculum. And one of the interesting things when I spent some time with what's been called the Transferability Work Group, which was a group of 3 senators that were appointed out of the Senate Finance Committee to look at the transfer issue, was their surprise to discover that the state of Texas doesn't have a single core curriculum. And then the sheer pleasure that I had from trying to explain to them why we had interpreted over the years, I mean, since the 1990s, since the first core curriculum was put up, how an interpretation of legislation had been made that allowed every institution to have its own core curriculum instead of Texas having a single core curriculum. And so, you know, because it was originally conceived of as a lot of things, but one of its purposes was transfer, and not just transfer, but applicability. So, and I say all this because I think there's a lot of issues swirling around the core curriculum that the committee will need to look at as time goes on, one of which is this whole issue, I think, of how we deal with something like the component area option and whether there ought to be some changes made to some of that for some of the reasons that you just raised.
Correct. I'd like to add a couple things, and you just alluded to one thing. You know, because of that, I was wondering how we compared to other states within SACS as well. And so I, you know, not scientific whatsoever, but I took a look last night at the core curriculums of what would be the flagship institutions at every state within SACS except for Texas, so we could see how we compared, to look for whether they included foreign language, the basic foreign language courses, and even the art courses as well, just to take two of the areas. Out of the 10 states, or out of 10 institutions that I saw, the only one that did not have basic foreign language in the core was University of Florida. All the other ones either did have it or not only had it but required it. So it wasn't not only an option, it was required in that flagship institution's core. You know, art, of course, was all over the place. You know, a few of them did and a few of them did not. But foreign language, by and large, it was there. And one of the institutions, actually in University of Kentucky, said that they do not require it because they don't have room in the core, but they have a proficiency test that every student is expected to pass in their foreign language. So they're expected to be proficient in the foreign language, they just don't have the hours for it. So it brought the question to mind of, if we take them out of our core, are we making our students less competitive in a globalized marketplace as Texas graduates as compared to our colleagues? So that was just one observation. But then the next thing was, we had a conversation a year ago as far as the role of UEAC, and we saw the minutes from UEAC in that were provided for us, the meeting summaries from 2009, 2013, when you were serving on it as well. And so I was curious, because of all that work that was done, was there something in the plan, I couldn't find it there, where after a certain amount of time of implementation of the core, we would have a formative assessment where we could, you know, of that process, where we could then come back and maybe tweak things that not necessarily just on foreign language, just tweak things that may have been missed on implementation?
There's never been any, as far as I know, there's never been anything formal or even informal in a way about that at all. I mean, the first core curriculum was around for 10 years, and then there was the major revision a few years ago was done. I mean, in the current form we have now, and there's nothing to prevent discussion about it and tweaking if we want to. I mean, I think that one of the things that, and again, I'll come back to what I said earlier, and that is that I think we're going to see some, expectations, and all this depends on how legislation goes, and, you know, I mean, who knows what's going to happen at the end. Sometimes you think something is going to sail right through and it doesn't, and other things that you never even heard of get passed at the last moment. So there are always surprises and so forth. So we'll have to see how it all works out. But I think the sentiment, in a lot of ways, is to revisit some of this in terms of the overall transfer of courses at the lower division level, but also how the core fits within that transfer pathway. And so I think the sentiment is to, in some sense, reduce the core rather than continue to expand it. So there's, so I don't know where that's going to come up, but I think all of those things, ever how that turns out, those things are something that this committee is going to then need to take account of and discuss and figure out how we're going to deal with all of that going forward. So yeah, I think all, in some sense everything's always on the table, and so you guys are always free to bring up any of these issues, and I'm more than happy to discuss them with you and entertain whatever ideas you have, and if we have something going forward. But on the other hand, I think we need to be careful about, we tend to focus on courses all the time, and whether this course should be in the core or whether that course should be in the core. And we also need to step back every once in a while and think about what is the core supposed to be doing as a core? Is it just there to serve my major or your major? Is it there to serve institutional requirements? Or is it there to serve some broader purpose? And then how do we make all of those competing interests try to fit together in a way that makes some sense for students in the end? And so, I think that needs to be a part of that conversation too, about what is the purpose of that. And I think that one of the things in particular with foreign language that we could look at, and I think something that, and Ronald and I have talked about this a little bit, and we've had some conversations about this internally, but I think some things that, particularly with foreign languages, that is how they might also fit into the component area option. Because one of the things to keep in mind is the way the component area option is now constructed was not the way the UEAC that I co-chaired in its last 2 years that revised the core curriculum. That is not the way we requested it, that UEAC actually requested it be implemented.
I read
that change was made at the board level. And so that may be something that we might want to go back and look at too. So part of the discussion at the legislative level has been, and one of the issues that I raised is whether we need a 42-hour core or whether that should be dropped to 36 hours, and then essentially give up the component area option, so that would then go back to institutions, and so then you could, if you got degree or institutional requirements, it might be a better way to accommodate those things. Right now, it looks like it'll probably remain at 42, and if that's the case, then we may want to have a conversation about the component area option and how to use it to address some of those concerns. It's a possibility.
Quick question for either Reinhold or Rex. And my question is pragmatic, because I promised the dean and the department head whose course was flagged the last time, and as liaison, I went back and they asked me questions that I really couldn't answer, and I promised I would ask these questions if it came up on the agenda. And since it's on the agenda, I'll go ahead and ask the question. In the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board's experience, has there been any course that is flagged that has been redesigned or revamped in such a way that it has now passed the muster to meet the component requirement? And if so, what are such courses, and are there examples?
Yes, there have been some courses which have been re-reviewed, and basically because what you call the flag was a list of courses we pulled by how they looked according to title or their equivalency to the ACGM, and there were mistakes. So a title which says guitar may not be a guitar lesson title, because four-year institutions are free to say what it is. And we had these cases, and we looked at them, and we approved them. And so there are different kinds of courses where it is harder or easier, if you will, or more straightforward and less straightforward for these decisions.
Gina?
I just have a question. When we're building the pathways, the state initiative, do you see us having more developed field of studies? because that is really something the community colleges could rely on when it goes back to the 120-hour limit. Education's one, business is still a big one, engineering, some of those. So I wonder if they're looking to expand the field of study, which would take the core curriculum out of it if we did that, and it would just be, I hate to say, a more narrow box of courses, but even now, we will have a student that takes 6 hours of math because it fits in the core. But then when they reach or visit with someone at the university, they realize, yes, that will count at the core level, but for this particular major or pathway, they need another 6 hours of math. So I see the student shaking her head. That's great, because we deal with that every day. Well, why didn't I know that at the begin with? I would have taken that. I was just trying to take something to fill the core. So that's the question. Is there a need to expand field of studies?
I think that is the conversation we're having now statewide because of the Pathways program, and many institutions are looking at meta majors and so on that to help advise students at the very beginning, at least at the community college level, with already telling them, okay, well, these are the courses, if you're going to be somewhere in this field, these are the courses that are more likely to be required for your core and as prerequisites for your major later on. I think that is where this is going, which is interesting because that does allude back to some of the questions that were brought up in some of the UEAC meeting minutes back in 2011 and 2012 of creating tracks, I think was what they were calling them at the time, core tracks. So I think we're revisiting that issue, but with the name of Pathways.
So, yes, fields of study are being expanded and will be even more so. So I think one of the things that the coordinating board will be charged with, either explicitly and already has been implicitly, is, and a part of the legislation that's out there is for institutions to us to identify what the top 25 majors are, which we've done for transfer students, and those top 25 account for about 65-70% of all graduates of transfer. And of course, part to keep in mind about transfer is 75% of all baccalaureate degree people in Texas have hours from a community college, and about 35% of those have more than 30 hours from a community college. And given pricing and everything else, most people expect that to grow. So part of what we've been sort of told, and it's interesting that if you look at the way the budget is going, one of the few items that's actually been earmarked by the Senate to get more money is for a field of study and to expand those. And so I've already sort of been told, I've been asked more than once, so how long is it going to take to do the top 25? And what do you need to do that? So those things will be coming along. And one of the things that we're doing in the field of study work now that was not done 10 or 12 years ago, when the 10 that we have currently in force were done then, is that we've asked and are going to ask all of the field of study committees to identify the core courses that need to go along with those field of study. Because as you point out, one of the problems that students run into constantly is that it transfers and applies to the core, but it doesn't necessarily apply to that major. And so part of that's to try to help with that attitude, so that students have a much clearer idea of, well, what is it? If I want to be this, then what courses do I need to take to be there? Because we all know that, if you want to be an engineer, then you need to be starting with Calculus 1. You don't, and anything before that's just going to get you ready for where you need to start, in a sense. But that kind of information needs to be made real explicit, so you can take elementary statistics for the core, but it's not going to get you very far in a lot of math, science, or engineering degrees. So
thank you for that, because even before we were talking on this side, we get a lot of students who are very upset, and so are their parents. It was their time and their money, and they're constantly saying, well, I was misadvised. And really, they weren't. They just were not in that track to begin with. And I think because the high school diplomas now have gone to that pathways, it is a chance for us to build from high school to community colleges to university if we can do it. Thank you.
And I think this is becoming more, we were just having that discussion at our college, a few colleagues of mine seems to be more of a problem now because of the reduced core. When we had the core at 60, and I'm not advocating for core at 60, but I'm saying when we had the core at 60, students could, were taking courses that would apply to their core, yet if they changed their majors, some of those classes still applied to their core and they were in the new major. But yet with the reduced core, there's also, their time to choose their major gets pushed up, further and further to their entry point. And I think that's what we're seeing is that decision making.
The core over 60?
Back in 89, 91, 92. I went to school here in Texas for that, and the core was 60 at that time. I was an anthropology major, but I didn't start out that way. I started out as a business major. So I took business count, and we had 2 foreign languages, 2 literatures, 2 social and behavioral sciences.
Yeah, so at the institutional level, you had so at the institution you went, so whatever you got, the institution had a 60-hour core, not the state. Okay.
No, not the state.
Yeah, well, and I mean, it is kind of an interesting phenomenon that a lot of, I was talking to someone one day from St. Edward's University, and they still have a core curriculum that's, I think he said, was 57 hours, regardless of your major. And so there's a block of 57 hours that count. And again, I think that the core, I think this is one of the things that we are going to have to take account of going forward, and that is that the core was really conceived as that. It was originally conceived as a block of courses that would transfer and be accepted as that block and apply to any major. And we've never really done that. The Texas core has never really reflected that at all. But I think that's one of the things that we're going to have to think about and discuss as we move forward with this. Because, I was at and I forget, I was talking to, I think it was the Hunt County delegation at the Capitol a couple of months ago. And we were talking about transfer issues. And so in this woman sitting in the front, she asked me, basically her question was, so, well, what about the basics? Aren't they all the same? And I responded, no, they're not all the same. And in fact, if you look at Texas, there's really only 12 hours of any core curriculum that one can guarantee will move to another institution and be accepted toward that major. And that's the 6 hours of government and American history that's set in statute from the 1930s. Otherwise, there is no, that's it. That's in a sense, that's what our Common Core, and I kind of hate to use the term because it's not very well received in Texas, but at the higher education level, the Common Core in Texas is those 12 hours. And that's really all there is. And so, but her question was, well, what about the basics? And so I think there's an assumption quite often made by the public, by the legislature, and even by a lot of students when they start and go into the system, is that somehow those things are all the same and the law be applicable. And then the question becomes, well, how much of that, if any of it, should be the same, and how widespread do you make that, and so forth. And I think those are some of the issues that we're going to be asking you guys to help us grapple with as we go forward with this idea of trying to make all of this much more transfer friendly, if you will. And actually, it's really not transfer, because all of us have been telling students for years, yeah, it'll transfer. I mean, the sending institutions say that, the receiving institutions say that, 2-year, 4-year, 4-year. I mean, it doesn't matter. Everybody's guilty of saying, oh yeah, it'll transfer. And the real issue is it going to apply to my degree? I mean, for a student on the other end and people paying for it, the real issue is this is going to apply to my degree or not. And part of the Pathways work is designed to try to focus that more. And so, and a part of that's going to be the whole transfer issue itself, and the core turns out to be a rather substantial part of that. So, like I said, that'll be some of the issues that we're going to need y'all to help us grapple with as we go forward.
Quick question. When you were talking, Rex, it made me think of a lot of things and some of the books that I read in the past. One of my favorite books, it's a short book, but it's densely written. This guy probably knew every word in the English language at the time. Mark Van Duren, and the book is called Liberal Education. It's a really, really thin book, but I mean, it's dense as Shakespeare.
You're talking about, yeah.
And he talked about the quadrivium and the trivium.
Yeah.
The Aristotelian 4 bridges and 3 bridges to, the world of knowledge and understanding. And to me, that was what the core curriculum was all about. What I'm hearing is that that's not true anymore. Can you guys tell me if I'm wrong, if we've moved away from the 4 and the 3 bridges, or is it different now? And if so, is that something that this committee is geared to do, to talk about, discuss, and then reshape or reformulate core towards vocational, away from the 4 and 3 bridges of knowledge and understanding?
Well, I think there's still some elements of that, and certainly, and I think that the way the foundation component area definitions were crafted in the first place was to try to get at some of that, while at the same time allowing at least some discretion over the courses that went into those things. And because I remember when all of this first got started, the current revision first got started, there was some discussion then about, so let's create the list of courses that'll be the core curriculum. I mean, that would go back to that single core curriculum that the legislature was, questioning me about, or the senators were questioning me about. And so I think in some ways what we've tried to do is we have tried to strike a balance between what you're talking about, and that is one of the mantras that the committee always talked about was, so what is it we think everybody ought to know or be exposed to upon graduation, regardless of what their major was? And so how do you come back to those sort of, so then what are those foundational things, knowledge, skills, whatever you want to call them, that everybody ought to be exposed to? And I think that's wrapped up in what Sachs tries to define as a general education. They don't add a lot. I mean, they have this definition, but there's not a lot of flesh on those bones either, in a way. I mean, it is what it is, I guess. But I think it's trying to get at some of that. And I think that was certainly a part of the conversation over the 2 to 3 year time period that UEAC revised the core before, was to sort of constantly be thinking about some of those issues and what they should be. But I think at the same time, there's always that tension between trying to accommodate that and trying to accommodate some flexibility for the institutions themselves. And I think the institutions have it. I mean, I've served at institutions, and so in both of them, I was in charge of the core curriculum, and routinely got beat up by all kinds of people who wanted their courses in the core, because if I don't get this course in the core, my classes aren't going to make. And in any conversation about, but does your class belong in the core as a part of a general education component, was really largely irrelevant for them. And I understand all of that. I mean, I get all of that. And so, I think part of what we need to think about is, so where do you draw the line at least in some rough terms. And it's interesting that Rhino was talking before about, and we look at every course and we try to judge every course on its own merits, but at the same time, we probably need to do a better job than we've done in the component area definitions of defining the definitions, if you will, or adding more definition to definitions. And that's something that I think and that's a discussion that I think as a committee that y'all need to have and help us with that. So.
Yes.
Okay, something that stood out to me a lot from the email is that they want us to define skill development. And I think this is very important because that's the kind of courses that's what we're looking at. So what exactly do we mean when we say skill development in terms of how this will benefit students when they do graduate and go out to the career field? Because that's really important to us.
I'm not quite sure how to answer that off the top of my head. Yeah, I mean, I think in some respects, and I think I've said this, I think at other places too, that our use of the term skills courses may not have been the best choice of words for this, because I think the real distinction is in trying to figure out what is it that we think a student ought to be exposed to. And so, and I was thinking about this the other night for some reason, I don't really know why, probably anticipation of this meeting. But I was thinking about this whole issue, and I remember that when I first started to college, I dropped Intro to Humanities. And one of the few courses I ever dropped in my career, but I dropped Intro to Humanities after the first day. And I'll tell you why, because our first assignment in that class was to go to, now this, I'm about to reveal just how old I really am, but our first assignment was to go to the dime store. All right. So if anybody here remembers what those are, then we're dating ourselves a little bit. To go to the dime store and find the prettiest object I could find and the ugliest object I could find for less than 50 cents. And I thought, well, first of all, that's really a huge waste of $1. and because, you know, you could buy a beer for $1 then if you went to the right place. And I thought, well, and I don't really care. And so I got out of it. Now later I had to take what amounted to a sort of art music appreciation course. And so what got me thinking about this is that as someone who has, I'm pretty sure that whatever artistic talent that I might have is pretty close to zero, okay? And furthermore, I don't have any talent, and so therefore I don't have any interest, or I don't have any interest because I don't have any talent. I don't know which one comes first. But that's not something that's always appealed to me. Now, I'm a big music fan, by the way, but I can tell you a lot about rock and roll and so forth. I can't tell you much about Baroque, but I do know what it is, sort of. And so, you know, in some sense, so I need to be, as someone who's supposed to be a well-rounded citizen in some respects, an educated person, then it seems to me that I need some exposure to the arts in the form of music or painting or whatever it might be. But do I need to know how to paint? And I think that's where the idea of this sort of skills courses comes in. And I think this is what Sachs is trying to get at, even though they may not actually do a very good job of defining it either, for that matter. And so how do you separate? So this is what those things that we believe that students really ought to be exposed to, as opposed to what is it we think they ought to be able to do as a function of their major. And then we do wind up sometimes in this tension, and I think as Nancy pointed out, I mean, I think a part of this has been somewhat exacerbated by, and maybe in some majors it's been exacerbated a lot by the move to try to go to 120 hours. Because what we know is that part of what's happened is then you get stuff moved into the lower division that would have formerly been an upper division course, trying to somehow accommodate that 120-hour window. And then when you have a 42-hour core, then that puts more pressure on it as well. And I understand all of that, and that may be a reason to look at that 6 hours of component area option and see if we need to perhaps reconfigure some of it to give some more breathing room on that other end, for example.
Okay. We have Richard and then Dr. Pinedas and then Richard.
I have a question about the process of how we make these determinations. So in your letter, you pointed out that for beginning Spanish, only 2 of the 6 student learning outcomes related to sort of the core kinds of issues. And so I started thinking about my cultural psychology course and my student learning outcomes, and realized, well, there's not equal distribution. In other words, it's not, some of them are cross-cutting across. So scientific literacy, I do almost every day, but that's only one learning outcome. So if we were making a decision about what is the balance of that, which sounded like we were from your letter, right, then I think maybe that process needs to go deeper than that as to what, sort of proportionally, what kind of attention do you give to each of those student learning outcomes rather than sort of the counting thing.
Well, and I'll let Rhino speak to this because more directly, but I would argue that's what we do. I don't know that we count much of anything. So I'm not, but I said we counted stuff.
You said only 2 of the 6 learning outcomes listed at the beginning Spanish.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. So yeah, and now when you're looking at ACGM courses, because part of what is, and this is really mandated by the legislation itself, and frankly, I got a lot of, this is somewhat of a side to that, but I got a lot of questions about why there are courses in the core that are not in the ACGM. I got a lot of questions about that, because if you actually read the legislation, it suggests that if it's not in the ACGM, it's not in the core curriculum. And we've adopted really broad interpretation of that. So that's something else we're going to have to debate and discuss as we move along. But in terms of those, then, and it's not really a question of that's just an easy way of saying whether you meet those learning outcomes or not. But the course, if it's an ACGM course and it has an equivalency in the ACGM, the course itself is expected to meet all of the learning outcomes that are listed for that course. And that's where that comes from. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Pineda.
As a private institution which proudly requires all of its students to take 3 semesters of a foreign language, I'd like to say that maybe I do think that your choice of skills for a foreign language is a little misguided and misplaced, because as a person who speaks 3 languages, the structure by which you form sentences, the way in which you identify words, opens the door to the culture of that language. And if you notice, different languages put verbs and nouns in different places, have different types of prepositions, and you learn all of this in your first semester language course, and that helps you understand the culture, which in a global economy and in a global state that we live in, I would think that we would want our future leaders to be able to understand different cultures, not just from what types of clothing they wear or what their history is, but also by how they speak, because how you speak is also how you express yourself, and how you express yourself is how you communicate. And if you must communicate with other cultures so that they understand you, you might need to know even the very basic parts of their language. So as it gives me a competitive advantage that you don't require a foreign language, maybe it's not so good for me, but I do think for the state, you might want to consider language as far more than just a spoken word or a written sentence.
I agree completely, and we do. But then the question is not, is foreign language courses valuable? And it's not a question of do they do what they're supposed to be doing or not. But the question for us is, then and really it's the first year foreign language courses that are in question. We have a lot of second year foreign language courses in core curriculums. Practically every institution in the state does. So it's only the first year that has been much debated by people. And then the issue becomes one of, does that first year foreign language course address the component area definition that we've set up for, particularly for communications or for language philosophy and culture. And the way foreign language courses are constructed, they are constructed not as having a significant cultural component, because the idea is this is your first pass at this. What is the basic grammar, vocabulary, that kind of thing. And you know, and that's the way it's been set up. And I think I said this at the LEAP forum, you know, if the first year of a foreign language course is really an appropriate core course, and again, this may be one of those places where we might want to look at the component area option to figure out if there's a way to accommodate those there that we don't have otherwise. I mean, that might be one approach to this. Then by that kind of logic, developmental reading and writing should be in the core curriculum as well, because it goes in it maybe even further than that, because it goes back to the beginning of the language itself. So, I mean, it's an interesting question that you raise. Yeah.
Actually, I have to comment on this because I was a national vice president for the American Association of Teachers of French for 7 years. I just cycled off that in 2015. And unlike developmental courses in English, okay, where you are basically in the culture nonstop, you know, you're just trying to get up to the point where your grammar is correct and those types of things. In foreign language, from day one, you are starting to learn the culture, okay? The actual, you know, the verb construction, those types of things are a component of the course, but everything, and if you've ever seen the way a first-year textbook is set up, there's going to be an entire chapter on university life in France or in Spain or Mexico or whatever. Second chapter is going to be going to restaurants and whatever the target language is. You know, the third chapter will be, you know, something else. So everything, there's a 5 skills, and this is how they call it, components: reading, writing, speaking, listening, and culture, okay? And I would say even in the first-year course, and having taught a bunch of first-year courses myself, that culture component is probably the preeminent one of the coursework, okay? Everything else, getting the students to, you know, be able to say, bonjour, je m'appelle, that kind of stuff, that's great, but, you know, the culture is really sort of the preeminent skill, as they call it, of the coursework. So that's how it really is differentiated from things like developmental English or, you know, remedial writing, those types of things.
Now, Ms. Rumsey?
Okay. I also, as I was listening to you talking about dropping your introductory humanities course and then your explanation of skills courses, there's an inherent contradiction in the definitions being given here, because on the one hand, when it seems to be a skill that we value across our culture, such as the ability to communicate, then a very strong skills-based course such as public speaking is not only acceptable but highly encouraged in the core. But when it's a skill that we have, it seemed to have less value for in our culture, such as the ability to be able to create something beautiful, then we say, oh no, we only need to be able to appreciate it. I have students that walk into my public speaking classes regularly and tell me they have absolutely no talent for speaking, that they can write, but they cannot speak. And I tell them that's okay, because I will help you develop it. This is not a talent or no talent. This is something you can learn. I have a drawing teacher that when I told her I had absolutely no talent for art and for drawing, said that's okay, because by the time you're done, you will be able to draw and you'll be able to appreciate what artists do. So that when I look at a picture that an artist has created, I understand what went into it and the work that went into it to be able to put it together and know what makes a good piece of artwork and what makes a bad piece of artwork, because I've learned the basics of how to do it. What is the difference between those two? Me teaching them the basics of a public speech in order for them to be able to develop their communication and learn to appreciate good communication, and me teaching them the basics of drawing for them to be able to learn to appreciate how a well-constructed artwork is put together and what its role in society is. I don't see where those two are different, and your explanation really kind of showed that you're having trouble clarifying that contradiction as well.
Well, that may be because I never took a speech course. rather than the fact that I don't actually believe there is a distinction. But I mean, but you have some interesting points to make there, and it's interesting that when the core was revised, then there was a lot of discussion on a regular basis in the committee about whether oral communication should be included in the core or not, because of its sort of emphasis on skills. And there was a lot of sentiment not to include it, and there was some sentiment to include it. In the end, and you know, and this is another one of those things where I think there's a real balancing act that we talked about. At that point, the committee debated for 2.5 years about those things that, and again, I think in some respects our use of skills, and we borrowed the term really from the way Sachs describes this stuff, may have been a really poor choice of words, because there's no question that communications, both, well, whether it's written, oral, or oral, all of those involve the acquisition and development of skills, no question at all about it. But, you know, but part of the discussion was, and I don't know whether this helps or hurts, but certainly a part of the discussion was what is sort of fundamental to everything else. And I think that one of the things that perhaps we could all agree on, but probably not, since it's very difficult to get everybody to agree to anything, but you know, is that written and oral communication in the at least the fundamental language of the culture you're in is foundational to everything else. So given our system of higher education, the ability to read and write in English is foundational to your success in all other coursework that you do. And that is not clear that is true of all other things necessarily. I mean, and that was a part of the discussion, and about that distinction that was made, because it was recognized very early on that things like communications were certainly skills development, and they are. So, but you raised some interesting questions. Well, think about that. Yeah.
Even the core curriculum talks about skills. All the core objectives are cast as skills. So it's a difference between the general education skills and the individual attainment skills. And I don't think it's a difference or a distinction of value. That the value has nothing to do with that.
I think it's very strong. See, there's where I disagree with you. I think it's very strongly a recognition of cultural value, because one of the statistics I quote at the beginning of my public speaking class every semester is, what is it businessmen ask for up front when they're looking at a college graduate? And on those surveys, you never see their ability to draw a picture, but you always see their ability to communicate. And I think that's why the skill of communication like you said, it's foundational to everything. I think what's missed in there is the ability to develop the creative thinking and the critical thinking that the arts bring and that learning a foreign language brings, that we are gradually winnowing out of our education, to where our students are not. I do a lot of international education, working with other countries, and what is valued in the United States education is our promoting of creative and critical thinking. And I think this direction in the core, saying, well, that's a skill, and it's not really developing anything that we want, is one more move to removing creative and critical thinking from our higher education and making it much more a technical, this is what sells. But that may just be me. I don't know. I do not.
I do think it's interesting you mentioned that, because when I was looking at the cores from the other institutions in the other states, one of their, I don't remember which institution it was, but one of the ones that did put drawing and painting in their core, that area of the core was not called like fine arts, like we have it like arts and appreciation. It was actually called, I think it was creativity.
Call ours creative arts.
Yeah, but they actually put it as creativity, which implied more of activity as well. And they had the appreciations, but they also had some of the others. So it was interesting, just the semantic word choice in there. But just keeping an eye on the time, it is 11:53. We're having good discussion on this, and I know that we will continue to have more. We have another point of discussion as well. So I don't know if we want to pause the discussion at the moment and cut for lunch, or do we want to continue the discussion until 12:15 or so and then cut for lunch? Lunch is already here. I'd leave it up to the committee. Let's see what we can have a talking lunch. Just remember that we are webcast if we're eating. So that's...
Yeah, I think we should...
Usually better to not eat while we're speaking. So, what's the feeling of the committee?
Well, what is our purpose for this item on the agenda? Do we need to make recommendation, or what do we need to do for action?
Well, this is an item that we as a committee asked for it to be here, and from what I can see here, I mean, there is a lot of concern about not only foreign languages but also the arts, and really, and from what I hear from Rex and Reinhold, we really need to get away from talking about skills versus non-skill based. That's terminology that's problematic. But it sounds to me like what is more problematic at the moment is how do we fit those courses with the current definitions that are put for each component area. And Rex, you did mention that we can look at these and readdress these things at any point in time. So it sounds to me like this is something that we don't necessarily fix today, but something that we can work on, create a working group or a subgroup or something that focuses only on that to be able to bring something up for the next meeting. At least that's what it sounds like it might be, which is mirroring a little bit of what was happening back in 2009 to 2013. But I don't know if that's the best use or if that's what the committee wants. So.
I think that sounds like a very good idea, and I'm on board with that. Also, though, I'm highly cognizant of timeframes, and my faculty and departments back on campus, and again, particularly my foreign language folks, my 15 courses at UTSA that are on that list. And what happens with those, and so what's the short-term answer? Will there be any changes to those courses, the list of courses that have already been flagged? Or, what's oftentimes there's the short-term issue and there's the bigger picture long-term issue. So we have both to address, I think.
Well, I think as far as short term, at the last meeting we had asked for those courses that at the moment were not fitting to not be cut out for this particular fall, but for fall 2018. Right. So does that give us time to be able to have a working group at early fall, whether it's August, September or something, and then to discuss it during our September meeting to do anything is there anything there that allows us, because she brings up a very valid concern.
Yeah, and let me think about that, and I'll have some discussion with staff and see if we need to revisit that whole issue. Because I understand what you're saying, and I understand that there's catalogs to be done and course schedules to be built and so on and so forth, and it's all interconnected with this stuff. So we'll have some internal discussion about that and let you know something pretty soon. Okay? Yeah, well, given government time, of course. So, well, As soon as the legislature's done, I'll be able to think about something else.
Can I
No,
ask
but before
one
that,
question?
so
I
we do
know
that, yeah.
I'm certainly hungry. I'm sure everybody else is too. And a legislative update is not on our agenda, and we've got plenty of other fish to fry. Specifically, though, Rex, can you give us any kind of update on Senate Bill 2122, authored by Senator West?
So is that, I think that's the one I've been talking about in terms of transfer and core and that kind of stuff. Yeah, and TCCNS and so forth. Well, and that's already in statute. I mean, that's not a change. The idea that if it's in the core, it's supposed to be in the TCCNS has been in statute since I mean, that's not a change. That's been in statute. That's why I got a lot of questions about why are we allowing courses in the core that are not in the Texas Common Core Summary System, because it's been in there since the late 1990s, I believe. Whenever the first core legislation was passed, that was a piece of it. Yes, I know, and I was called on the carpet for that and tried my best to explain how we could let something like that happen when it's not explicitly in the law. But that's been in there. I mean, that's all I can say about that is that's been in there, and that's something, that's a piece of that as a group we're going to have to talk about. So if you're asking me where it's at, it has been, I think it's out of the Senate committee, but I don't think it's been acted on the floor of the House yet. And I can't remember if it's been put on local calendar or not. And if it's been put on the local calendar, and that means that it will only come up for debate if someone specifically asks for it to be brought up for debate in the full Senate. And otherwise, they tend to just vote those things in mass almost.
Right.
Technically, they can't do that, but that's sort of the result of that. And I can find out for you and let you know that.
So if this has always been in statute, can we anticipate then that next year or soon that this is going to be enforced? I'm going to be sending you 2 chemistry courses in the next couple of months for inclusion in our next core curriculum. They do not have TCCNs.
Well, it won't be next year. I mean, at least I think I can assure you of that, because one of the things I did have some discussion with them was about if we're going to make changes to this, it is going to take some time to do that, and that's probably more than just a couple of years in order to really to do this. And so, and I think part of it is we need to see what happens with the legislation. And as I said, I think this is one of the things that we need to have a lot of discussion about is if we need to make some major changes to it, how do we do that? What's the timetable for doing so? How do we get there? In a way that's going to be as least disruptive as we can make it. Yeah.
So it won't happen tomorrow.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then before we cut out to lunch, let me just mention a couple things. One, if you are interested in creating a working group, or you're interested in being part of a working group to discuss the issues that we have brought up and to look at the definitions of each of the core components, I would ask you to please email Reinhold for that because that way we're not breaking any Open Meetings Act or anything. Just email Reinhold. That way we have a list and we can try and create something like that and come up. I'll work with Reinhold to come up with some sort of objective that's feasible to be able to do that and be able to discuss during our fall meeting. For those people who are on the webcast, it is 12:01. Lunch is here. Since we do have a second half to this particular point, which is the discussion of transfer courses between non-public institutions and Texas public institutions, I would recommend that we reconvene at 12:45 if that is amenable to everybody. That way we still have an extra 15 minutes to discuss that before we move on to the next item. And if there's no objections to that, then we will adjourn for lunch. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Honor system in there. Snack bar here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
But you go in there.
all right. If everybody,
All based on.
let me get everybody's attention. Yeah, we need a gavel, but yeah, let me get everybody's attention. It is 12:49, and we are already webcast already. So we're back, and back continuing on agenda item 4, and I believe we have some comments from a guest and former member of the UEAC as well. So if he would like to come up, I think the most convenient place might be right here next to Esther.
Thanks, Brett. It's nice to be back.
Nice to have
Larry
you.
Abram from the University of Texas at Austin. I noticed my name on a number of those old UEAC minutes that were set around there, and I can think back to some of those discussions. I just wanted to share a perspective from our institution. I like the fact that the UEAC is looking carefully at the issue of what courses should be in the core and how should that all be defined, what does the Common Core mean. appreciate this chance to share just a few comments. At our institution, in some ways I felt like some of the comments that were being made today were talking about us. We have a large variety of courses that we have approved to fulfill core requirements. And so when there's a statement of, well, maybe we should be trying to reduce the core rather than expand it, I worry, does that mean we're going to make it the same at every place, exactly the same in a very narrow set? And that's not our philosophy. Now, let me just start out by saying this is not an issue of transferability. We accept and transfer every course that a student brings in that they've taken at any other public institution in Texas. I mean, we're required to do that. We happily do that. And in many cases, those courses are direct equivalents to courses we have as well. However, what I took from my work on the committee before, as we developed the new definitions of the core component areas and matched them with the required objectives, was really an opportunity to have some diversity of course topic and focus more on the general issues that have defined the core component areas, and then, of course, putting in those core objectives. And so we have seen over the years additional courses that we think enrich the opportunities for our students. And I'd like to hope that that can continue. We focus, as we look at courses that are proposed from different departments and programs and colleges, on the component area definitions, the content, the context, the analysis that students should be doing, and of course those core objectives. We don't think that there's a set of specific facts that everyone needs to know, a set of specific artworks or historical events or whatever, but we're thinking more about, in the component areas, what kind of thinking goes on, how do people understand either issues or societies or whatever. And that allows us, I think, to have a broader range of courses. We have a number of upper division courses. We need to think about this in terms of what Rex said this morning about the TCCN requirement. But this allows us to have some smaller classes that students can take, taught by senior faculty, allow them to go in greater depth in areas, specifically in work that's not designed for majors, but this is designed for people who want to work at their academic level. And I will say that because of the rigidity of some of our degree programs, we have a lot of students, particularly in structured curricula like architecture and engineering, engineering is a big program for us, and in some cases even business, where the sequence of courses means that students are taking their core curriculum all 4 years. They don't start in the first year or two and take all of their core and then go into their major and start doing that. And so it's good for a junior or senior that's fulfilling a core requirement to be able to take an upper level class, we think. Unfortunately, apparently, this is in contradistinction to what the decision-making that's going on now with regard to courses, and I would hope that we could find some balance here. In the last review, we had a number of courses previously approved that were now pulled, as a number of you have, and also we've had courses that we proposed new that were denied. One example is we got a message back, course not approved because it's a creative writing course. We proposed it for the communications core area. The message says communication is defined in the foundation component area, prepare students for future communication work, which is the exchange of messages and ideas. Creative writing is one directional and is not aligned with this area. We had courses proposed in another area. The courses were not approved because their topics are too specific and narrow for a general education course suitable for the core curriculum. I'm not sure how to define specific and narrow. One of the courses was pre-classic Mesoamerican art and civilization that covers centuries and continents. We did have, in line with the discussion this morning about how art can be used to express and appreciate, a course that was carefully designed by our faculty in music, titled Elements of Music, that was not approved because it focuses on individual skills development in music theory. So in this class, students demonstrate their understanding and appreciation of styles of music, genres, and so on by the way they play. And because this class involves performance, not that the course is totally focused on teaching performance, but simply that it's used as their way to express their understanding and appreciation, it was denied. And then we have courses that were denied. The statement is because they're upper division courses with topically equivalent lower division courses. And it seems to me that the whole thrust of the definition of the core that we have now is more about what kinds of things are students learning, and are they embedding communication, teamwork, critical thinking, all the different ones that belong in those different areas. And so I'm hoping we can go back to that. Thank you.
No.
We'll continue with how we had mentioned of trying to create a working group that would have a specific focus to look at that, and that way we can discuss issues such as the ones that Larry has just brought up as well. Now, moving on to the second part of Agenda Item 4, which is the discussion of transfer of courses between non-public institutions and Texas public institutions. I know some institutions have contacted coordinating board staff, so I'll let Reinhold speak to this issue.
So yes, this is an issue which surprisingly, one may say, comes up more often than we hope. And so it is the issue of how do courses transfer between institutions that are not public institutions of Texas and other institutions, or how do courses transfer if the student took it a long time ago? We had a case where somebody had taken courses in the 60s and still wanted to have those courses applied. So we have some guidance about that in the core curriculum application guide, but since it has been coming up every so often, we can discuss it, and maybe we can clarify the guidance or come up with better things to say about this issue. And basically, it's the same issue, I think, I may be wrong, whether a student comes from out of state, from Oklahoma or Arkansas, or comes from a private institution within Texas and completes courses, or comes from a long time ago, before the official core curriculum was defined. And my understanding of this is that we do give institutions leeway to deal with these courses, and the basic tenet of the core curriculum includes that you don't want to have students do duplicate work. So if they have done work and shown that work, it should be not repeated only for bureaucratic reasons. And so that does not mean that things can be taken without looking at. The way I understand it, if a student comes into a public institution from those other places, the institution would have to do something like a degree audit and see what did the student take and what is applicable. So, and again, there with all the like with all the courses in the course, some courses are probably very easy to judge. You know, if it is English composition or algebra. You can easily see that a course is equivalent to what a student would take in the core. Now, it gets a little bit more complicated if a student comes with a completed bachelor's degree. But then again, if a student comes to a public Institute of Higher Education in Texas and gets another bachelor's, then that is a Texas bachelor's, so it has to adhere to the core. So the equivalent courses should be there, and that's why I included in the write-up the 12 courses we talked before and this morning. especially if the student comes from Oklahoma or out of state, they probably don't have taken Texas history, Texas government. So then that student, in order to get a Texas degree, would have to take those courses to be core complete, even though that student has a bachelor's. That is the gist of how I understand it, and so we can discuss this and maybe some ways to make this more easily communicated between all the stakeholders, i.e. the registrars and other institutional officials and the students. Yes, you may speak. You brought the issue to our attention, so I thank you.
Let me see if I can explain this. In my mind, this is much more nuanced. So there is the student who transfers pre-conferral of baccalaureate degree at a non-public institution, and that I see as it's a very simple, you transfer credit and you look and you match courses, and that's not the issue that we're facing. We are, the nuance that I'm interested in really understanding more clearly is that a student graduates with a baccalaureate degree from an independent or private institution that is SACS accredited, so we know they have met general education requirements because that's a SACS rule, is that when they come to a Texas public institution for a second baccalaureate, for a master's degree, this doesn't happen. And we're only finding this to be of issue recently for the BSN. Because for pretty much every other degree, I can map a student directly into a master's program. But for a BSN, they're needing to do this. And so the public institutions that we've been talking to said, well, they've got to redo the entire core, the Texas core. And my thinking on this is that the core has a spirit and an intention of being a broad-based education that prepares students for generalized knowledge, and our degrees definitely do that. So what I would like to know is it possible that what the spirit of this would be is that a second bac would be marked core complete, but of course would have to meet statutory requirements for history and government, but all of the other pieces of the core are irrelevant because we know our students who come to you with the second bac have met the spirit of the core, but they would still meet all of your other degree requirements, but not necessarily have to map 2 Englishes, a social science, this math or that, but that they would be in spirit core complete. That's really the nuancing that I think is most relevant for most of us in the private and independent schools. Stephen, if you...
Yeah, what I would add to that, I think, would be that a lot of what's going on with things like the 120-hour degree limit, 42-hour core, those types of things are ways to streamline, the student to get them to completion so they can become, bachelor students or beyond that into their professional or graduate programs. Requiring that a student repeat the core just for bureaucratic reasons, as we were saying earlier, is completely contrary to that general trend that we've been trying to establish with the with the undergraduate degree programs as well as with the core. I can understand at my university a student will come in core complete. They still have to take a religion course because the bishop is housed across the street from us, so he'll come over with his mitre or whatever. Similarly, if you have a student who's coming from, say from Oklahoma or from our university, they may not have taken Texas government because it's not part of our general, gen ed requirement. They may take it, but it's just an option type thing as opposed to a requirement. So it makes sense that there are certain courses that have to be taken to meet, state law or whatever to do that, but to have them repeat English 1 and 2 or to repeat, American literature, that kind of thing, just kind of defeats the purpose of the general trend that the university, that the state has been intending, I think, with streamlining and getting students to on-time completion.
So is your question, and I understand what you're saying, and so we are looking at a completed bachelor, and we are looking at, well, are these or the public institution has to look at, in order to give a new degree, are these statutory requirements fulfilled? We are looking at that, but your question is, would they then, since the bachelor is already completed, would have to do a one-to-one course enumeration, make a table of 6 hours in language, physical sciences, and the overflow hours, and then go to 3 hours in humanities. Is that your question?
Right.
Or if they would look at the statutory requirements and the rest would be taken for granted?
The rest would be just marked core complete. The same way that public institutions take students for second baccalaureates, and if you have a baccalaureate from a public institution, you're marked core complete. There still may be a series of other courses that you need to take to fulfill the major and the degree, but that they would be marked core complete. Of course, we understand fully they would have to meet state statutory requirements, but not the rest of the core. But they would also have to meet all the degree requirements.
Let me just ask a question on this. So if a student transfers in from California State with math for the educated citizen, but we all require college algebra, would that be marked as core complete?
Only if
Not a statutory requirement that they take college algebra.
I would say only if they have a conferred degree.
Right. They could have a conferred degree, but their math would be this math course that we never have offered on our campus. This is a real thing, actually, for California State.
But the decision whether a course is accepted for the core is never whether you offer it at your campus. It's always whether it's an appropriate core course. So if a student comes to you from another institution and takes that math course, and that math course happens to be in the core of that institution, you would accept it whether you offer it or not.
And whether we would actually accept such a course as a core course or not. Is that what you're saying? In other words, if we would never have agreed to have that in our core.
Right, and your native students, not for your native students, but for your transfer students, you would accept it as a math, fulfilling the math requirement.
Just one clarification on that.
So doesn't that then get into the problem that if a out-of-state student or a private college student takes drawing one and comes to me with an associate's degree and I'm accepting them core complete, now they're being allowed to have drawing one for the creative endeavor, but my students at my university can't?
That's why we are saying each institution has to look at the courses a student took. So it has to be fulfilling the Texas core curriculum. It's your institution's responsibility to give a new degree. And for that degree, you have the Texas statute and rules. And you have to make sure that as a quality assurance issue, that student does that. So that goes, if a student is fully core complete, what is, and I actually cannot answer your question at this point, whether the way I laid it out to begin with is you look at the courses. And so if you don't have a creative arts course, as Texas sees it for the creative arts foundation component area, you would not be able to give a Texas degree because the student doesn't have that.
So that's my question. Is the core a checklist of courses, or is the core in its spirit about creating students with generalized knowledge, with a broad-based education? So is it so if it is a checklist of courses, well, then this is a moot conversation, right? But if I say to you that my students graduate with, in the spirit, a broad-based education, meet the spirit of what general education is supposed to be, obviously meet it in the sense that SACS has accredited me and says that I have a general education, can that not be for a second baccalaureate degree? So now I've got a educated citizen to begin with. Could that not be marked as core complete on a Texas public transcript also, so that the students don't have to go back, because that also kind of violates the spirit of this, which says that please avoid duplication of credit, please don't make the students take courses over again, because at that point, for a student from a private institution, it doesn't pay to get a second baccalaureate from a public institution. By the time you repeat all these courses, these kids have already had.
Nobody talks that they should repeat courses they took. I think that's the first thing. The question is, and I think it's still a valid one you put up, that if a course, a degree is fully granted, whether it counts, whether the creative art component was taken according to our definition of foundation component area or your definition, which is different because it's not the state's. So that is the question. And I don't know, I wouldn't dare to say we can do that at this point, without further discussion. My inclination to say is, yes, the core in a way is a checklist because it's written down that you have to have 3 semester credit out in foundation component area creative art. And if you don't have that, with that definition, you're not core complete to get a new degree. That doesn't mean all the courses have to be retaken.
Reinhold, correct me if I'm wrong, but right now, what we have in statute is basically you don't repeat the core from public to public institutions, right? Public to public, but it doesn't address public to private or private to public. So at the moment, and this is what's causing the issue, is that it's really up to the public institution that student is transferring to. It's at their discretion, evaluative discretion of whether they're going to, how much of the core they're going to accept or not. Doesn't this seem to be a problem that would more likely be solved through legislative statute than coordinating board rule, because we don't have as coordinating board anything to lean back on?
Well, again, that's the question we have to see, which I can't answer here, whether that is something which can be clarified with a rule change or either with so we have different levels of looking at this. We can make a guidance in the guidelines, this should be taken, or we can change the rules, make it specific, explicit for that purpose. Or if that is not good enough, we can have some legislators sponsor a statute change to do that. What this takes, I can't say here. I mean, I understand the issue, we say a block of courses has to pay, but that's a Texas public core curriculum. So I don't know how to answer this, but I see that is a valued question to ask.
Okay, I think what I'm hearing you say is if your students transfer before they have a bachelor's, they're not required to take the entire core.
No.
But if they get a bachelor's, then they're required to take the entire core.
No, right now they're required to take the entire core, whether they come as a transfer student before they finish, or if they come as a second bachelor's.
So the public institution is totally ignoring all of your gen ed courses.
Well, no, they're transferring them course by course and saying, well, if you had English, but by its very different definition, private institutions map very poorly to you. I mean, it could take 2 courses to map into one, or one of our courses maps into 2 of your courses.
Couldn't that be solved through articulation agreements?
And that's where we're going, but this is not a concern for anything other than right now second baccalaureate degrees, saying that if you already have a bachelor's degree, do you really need to redo the core at any institution? Because by its very spirit, you have a baccalaureate degree, you have completed a gen ed program, and so do you need to do another the gen ed component of a degree at another institution for a second baccalaureate? That's kind of fundamentally what this question is about.
Richard?
What I'm hearing, I think, could be described with an analogy. When you're in the courts and say you're a judge and you're trying to adjudge, one of my favorite words, two sides with competing issues before the court, when the judge makes his or her ruling, sometimes they use a concept called stare decisis, where they will look for the precedents that the decisions that preceded their ruling. And if there's anything out there, then they will use the previous decisions in consideration for a ruling that they make. In administrative law, there has to be some body of governance that uses the statute, interprets the statute, and makes a ruling. My question is, has there been any interpretation of this statute, especially for those already having a bachelor's degree, where someone interpreted the statute in favor of the student and says, well, you're already college educated, which means we're going to put you on a special status, and your special status precludes you from retaking courses that you've already had or taking a course that you don't need because you prove that you're an educated person because you have a bachelor's degree already. Is there some administrative ruling that has already happened where the interpretation of this statute has been done? And if not, who is the body responsible for making the interpretation of the statute, which can serve as stare decisis moving forward, henceforward, in terms of this particular statute?
I think the first part, Reginald, would probably be, I'm sure that some institution and some student has been granted the exception of not having to redo their core just by probability. That's probably happened. But that's likely have been the receiving or the second back institution's choice. Now, as far as the administrative rule or the that would likely be the coordinating board creating that, that guidance. And that's, I think, what Reinhold is bringing up to us, saying, this is what we have. How can we help this situation?
Okay, so now that leads to the point that I was hoping we would get to. I think that we should probably determine whether or not there are ramifications for making a ruling as it pertains to this statute to put a person into a special circumstances situation or a special designation, having already earned a degree that possibly even exempts them from the statute. And if that is the case, are there ramifications to the contrary of the person or to the person's benefit who is exempted from this particular statute, who already holds a degree at the bachelor's level?
I don't think anybody will be exempted from statute since they get a new public higher education degree. So it's the institution's prerogative to adhere to the statute. But I can see that I don't have the statute that well in my head to make that interpretation how we deal with completed bachelor degrees overall in terms versus I can't do this. I can't do that. I don't know a precedent, and I don't know.
Let me jump in and help a little bit. Okay, I'm an administrator. Let's say that I'm a registrar or an academic dean, and I'm reading Texas Education Code 51.301. And it mandates that student receiving an associate or a bachelor's degree is required to complete 6 semester credit hours of. It says Introduction to Government or Political Science, which includes consideration of the Constitution of the United States and the constitutions of the states, meaning all 50, with special emphasis on that of Texas. And I look at the curriculum and the syllabus for the course that the student has taken and say, well, this is sufficient. So I make an executive decision. If I make an executive decision that exempts the student from having to take a particular course that's offered through a public institution of Texas on Texas history, and say, you already have a college degree, you have a bachelor's, the course you took seems sufficient to me, I'm going to decide that you're exempt from this statute and from having taken this course, and I make an executive decision. Now, how's that decision going to have a ramification on me or my institution if this knowledge comes to the attention of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board? And who is the person at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board who either slap me on the wrist, give me a scorn reprimand, give me a warning, and tell me that I was outside the interpretation of this statute according to the Texas legislature. Who is that person?
Me? No. It's the way we phrase it, it's the due diligence of the institution to do that. Now, if you go ahead and say, well, okay, this is Texas history, fine, and we didn't look into it, and the student didn't have Texas history, then you make a mistake in giving your degree. And ultimately, I don't know how that will play out. It's all sorts of issues. I don't know. So at the present, we tell institutions to do diligence to make sure that A, students take everything in the core curriculum before they get the degree, and B, make sure they don't take something again for no reason than just enumerating reason. If they took a history course in U.S. history, they should get credit for that. We don't want them to go from your institution to another institution and have to take the whole core curriculum again. That's not the spirit of the statute.
Yeah, I think in this particular example, he brought up the statutory requirements. I don't, if a person graduated from Austin College, they met the statutory requirements because of the government in history, or no?
No. No, we're not bound by these. But that's why I left these separate from being core complete.
Yeah.
I mean, we would never ask you to violate statutory rules. What we're saying is that could you at least say that a core complete is core complete, which you do between public institutions? Would you say that core complete with a baccalaureate, full baccalaureate degree, not before a full baccalaureate, but a full baccalaureate degree at a private independent institution is sufficient to say you are core complete at a public institution for a baccalaureate degree, and you would always articulate out the statutory requirements of the 6 history and the 6 government. That's all. I'm just trying to see if we can agree that our baccalaureate conferred students meet the spirit of core completion of a Texas core and are educated, well-rounded citizens who...
Could that be demonstrated by what SACS requires for a bachelor's degree?
We meet SACS accreditation.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
And fundamentally, I think that's the basic thing, right? A degree is supposed to have a certain amount of coursework that is showing that you have general education and that you are a generalized.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't know if anybody else has questions, but still, I don't think it's up to me or even us to make the decision. We may have a recommendation, I don't know, but it's really a lawyery question. How is the statute how can we interpret the statute for this? So
which lawyer and where do we go? I mean, there's because this isn't, we can sit around and talk about it, but these are students that are being impacted by this.
No, we have to look, I agree, we have to look into that. I'm not saying I don't know what to say, and so that's the end of it. No, I think it's a real important thing we have to address, clarify, and then live by. I don't think we can solve it right now.
I think one of the things that makes it complicated is, what do you mean by the core? So we have universities in which there's a 60-hour core. We have universities in which there's a 36-hour core. So it's not even across the board that what we would call a core is core. So University of Nebraska, Kearney, 60-hour core. So if you were transferring in there with a 36-hour core, they might say, well, no, wait a minute. We have a much broader definition of what we mean by core. I don't know how we deal with that. Because we're not talking just within this room. We're talking about if you had a rule like that, then from any school anywhere, they could transfer in, right? We're not, yeah. So states are very different on that.
Technically, you could just say Austin College and Texas Wesleyan right now. No. But they would have a minimum, if they were from a SACS accredited school, they would have a minimum of 120 hours.
Yes, but we have six different accrediting agencies in this country. SACS is only one of them.
Right.
So again, if you made such a rule, you have to be careful.
Right. So that this, some lawyer, some agency
Right.
somewhere has to figure this out. But there, this is a question that does impact students. I mean, in the short run, we can articulate out course by course with a few partner institutions that we have, but it would be nice for students to have clarity so that they don't, if they know they're going to do a second degree at another institution, they know what to take and they're not wasting hours.
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue is, there's a distinction between a student who's just transferring, they may have an associate's, they may be transferring as juniors or something like that, versus a student who has completed a degree already, and then they're just wanting to add a second bachelor's the way that they would add a master's degree or a doctorate of some sort. So I think that's where the big issue resides with core versus, what we would be doing with, reverse articulation agreements for associate's degrees and those kinds of things. I really see it as a split out type of issue. So
We've got a comment from Dr. Peebles.
Well, I was just going to say that this is, I think that this would be a matter of first impression in legal terms, and so we can ask about that, and it may be one of those things at some point the Attorney General's office may have to be involved in an interpretation, because you're asking about who does it. And, as an agency, then we can interpret statute within a pretty narrow range, a broader range if it's not very clear. But in some respects, this is the statute that what statute we have that applies to this issue is at least sort of clear anyway. But I am a little, and actually I'd like to talk to you after this is over for a moment, because I'm a little puzzled by, it's as a matter of first impression for me, in fact, because it was just brought to my attention a couple of 3 weeks ago or something. It's unclear to me that there should be a sort of blanket, if you have a bachelor's, then you're good, because for a lot of reasons that you discussed, there's differences in hours, there's differences in concepts, and it opens it up to any core from anywhere. But on the other hand, it strikes me as being a bit narrow at the same time to say, well, we're just going to reject all of it, when for most students, when they come in from somewhere else, their transcripts are evaluated, and most institutions, most of the time, try to give as much credit to a student as they can, and it seems to me that should also apply to the core curriculum as well, where that's feasible to do that. So, but we can look into the other piece of it and get back to you on it. We'll do.
I want to make one more point.
Reginald? No, Reginald?
I want to make a point of clarity that also you have to look at from the side of the student. Let's suppose it's a student who has a parent with a lot of money and a lot of time who also happens to be an attorney who looks into this situation and says, well, I think this is a money motive. I think the reason you're increasing the number of credit hours that my child has to take is because you have an incentive to make more money by drawing out the curriculum, which means more tuition dollars and more time towards the second degree. And I think that that's something that I can sue you for. So I'm going to file a cause of action in the appropriate court of jurisdiction. What would the administrators and what would the Attorney General, in your opinion, anybody, in your opinion, what would they say about the interpretation of the policy then if a cause of action was brought in the court of law with the appropriate jurisdiction to hear such actions?
Probably what needs to happen for it to clarify.
For us, it would just be a matter of speculation on what they would say or what they would think. So But I agree with Esther. I think it's when it happens, that's when we'll get a clearer picture, unless we ask for the Attorney General's opinion first, and that way we have at least an opinion.
But I'm a little bit kind of aggravated because I'm really not hearing a concrete affirmative declarative statement that says, do this until this, or do this until then. I mean, isn't that something which should be the fruit of this discussion?
Well, it is clear that each institution who confers a bachelor degree in Texas in a public higher education has to make sure that each student who gets that degree has to complete the core curriculum. That is the affirmative statement. It's their responsibility, as I understand it, and that's what they need to do.
Because I would also ask, and I mean, I greatly sympathize with the plight of your students, but the question too is all four-year state schools treating them the same? So in other words, if they applied to Sul Ross, I have a feeling that my registrar would apply our current rule for a second bachelor's, which is you have to meet all the requirement of both degrees and 33 hours beyond the first degree. So if they came in with classes that are meeting the core, they would have met the requirement of both degrees, and they would accept that. So, you know, when you say that they're having to retake them all, is that certain schools that are doing it, or is it everybody that's doing it? Because that also makes a difference of, do we need major legislation to address what is the practice of one school?
No, I'm not saying they have to retake the whole core. I'm saying that they have to go through an entire process of articulating course by course by course, from our courses to courses that would satisfy the core, providing syllabi and all of that, when it just seems to me that the spirit of what a core is supposed to be has been met by a second baccalaureate. But at this point right now, it's a transfer and it's an articulation of credit based on the degree. So they'll take a transcript to your registrar, and your registrar will try and match as much as they can.
So students aren't actually being required to take the entire core over?
No, but there are courses that they then have to get syllabi for and match, because by its very different definition, our curriculum is very different from yours. We don't use a common numbering system, and we wouldn't want to. I mean, that's part of what it is to be private and independent.
I think that's a very different issue than the way it was first presented. Because I don't think that it's unreasonable that I mean, when I have a student come in from out of state, they have to be able to document to me what they took in the courses that they took for me to determine if I'm going to accept it in the core or in my major. Why would, and that if they're applying for a master's degree, I'll ask for that documentation in terms of determining whether or not they're needing to do leveling. So I don't see why it's a problem for the students to document to them that they've mastered these core skills or core things that the state has mandated is part of our what if you graduate from a Texas state university, that we're guaranteeing to anybody who says, okay, you've got a public Texas degree, we know that you have done these 6, what are they called? Core objectives. And so to ask the student to demonstrate that they've done those, I mean, quite frankly, that's part of what we're doing in our assessment is we're asking our students to be able to articulate how they've accomplished it. So I'm simply asking your students to articulate to me how they've accomplished it. Why is that unreasonable?
I didn't say it was unreasonable. I'm just asking if we can simplify the process. But then that's up, you know, fundamentally in the end, it is up to the state of Texas to decide if they want to count a second baccalaureate degree a first baccalaureate degree as meeting the fundamental spirit of the core. And if they don't, then we will work with our partner institutions that we choose to go to, or we will just go to private institutions, but we'll match it in what's in the best interest of our students.
As a student, I would just like to say I think that would be very helpful. I know that there's certain things that you have to follow by the book, and of course, I don't think that's what she's asking, but I think it would be a little bit of unfair if they've already done a lot of the work, because it is a 4-year degree. It doesn't just happen overnight. It takes time. And I think that would be very helpful, maybe just looking into it a little bit more and coming up with a good balance, and to see if it's even possible. It's just something to definitely look at, I think. I think it would be helpful.
Richard?
I don't think any of us are worried about Austin or Texas Wesleyan. My concern in terms of how we might phrase this is, let us say you get that degree from a for-profit college, and you can't get a job with that degree because it's a for-profit and people are suspicious. So what you want to do is to transfer that baccalaureate in, right, then have it from a recognized university, and suddenly you're in much better shape on the job market. That's the part that we have to phrase this in a way that we don't let that slide in.
I think from what it sounds like is that the greatest concern with this is the great variability of what a core would be among different private institutions, not only in the state of Texas, but even public or private institutions across the country and different accrediting agencies. So, I don't think it's something that we can solve, we as a committee can solve, but I would recommend that the coordinating board seek the Attorney General's opinion on how they view statute as applying to this, and how that could provide guidance. That could provide guidance to the public institutions on how they could do that. And of course, then the onus comes to the private institutions to do their best to articulate in the meantime. With of course, there'll be certain institutions that are more likely to be, schools that your students go to.
That's a good point, and I want to piggyback off of that. I was thinking in my mind that in legal terms, there's a concept called disparity of treatment, disparity of impact, but then there's also the concept of reasonable accommodation. So is it reasonable to request that the curriculum be updated? And if not, why is it not reasonable to update the curriculum?
At which institutions?
At the 2 institutions whose courses aren't automatically transferring. Named courses. Not courses, universities.
Are you speaking as far as curriculum being updated at the private institutions?
Right. To offer a course in Texas history, is that a reasonable accommodation, or is it unreasonable?
No, we offer Texas history. We just don't require all our students to take Texas history. But I have another question for you that Richard brought up, and I don't know if the statute would preclude this. So let's suppose I wanted to partner with Texas A&M University Kingsville. Could Richard and I work together to create a memorandum of understanding that our 4-year degree met the spirit of the core curriculum, and that if the students took this subset of classes, that we could do direct articulation that way if we wanted to. This wouldn't preclude anything like that. It wouldn't be just anything. So it would have to be institution to institution type of articulation.
Let me let Ryan address it, and then Jana has a comment on that, or do you want to
Well,
interject
that's like we do with our Baylor Bound, because the same thing's gonna, for community college to private school. You're not just taking something in block as the group. We have individual articulation agreements with those schools as well, public to private.
So do we. Yeah, I think the issue would be, and correct me, Reinhold, if I'm wrong, I think the issue would be is if you're articulating, let's say with Richard at Kingsville, his institution is still bound by meeting these requirements. So you can articulate particular courses that maybe maybe the titles aren't exact, but the content is, and so you can say, okay, well, this art course will count as this one for our core and this one, but it wouldn't be an articulation of like, well, we're going to take your entire core type thing. You know, it would,
Right.
it would simplify, it for the students so they don't have to get those syllabi for those particular courses, but that other block of courses that they may not have taken or, then they would still be subject. Yeah, they would still be subject to that.
The way my registrar explained it to me is once we determined which classes we were going to transfer in for that particular component in the core, all we had to do was give her that list of classes. And then when she gets a transcript from Austin College, when she sees that class, it goes into that point in the core. And so once the agreement is made, then we've gone through the classes. And that way, you know, if you've identified which schools most of your students are going to, then you've solved the problem for them. And it also doesn't open the door for a school calling itself giving a bachelor's degree and getting some sort of accreditation, but we don't know, you know, really what they're doing.
It's getting those courses added to an institution's course equivalency rubric is what it's what's happening. So it would be. Anything else to add, Reinhold?
No, I think that's what, I mean, that point really only moves the point of diligence to some work prior, generally worked out, instead of a register doing it without having the agreement. So in the long term, that saves time because you have a lot of students moving, and it makes sense. But it's still a one-by-one review.
But you only have to do it once.
Right. So, so we will discuss this some more in-house, and we'll keep you updated. And from the discussion, it looks to me it does not necessarily have to go through the AG, because we may come up with reading the statute and how these things, with better clarification paragraph in our guidelines, and then we can discuss that again.
I just want to add one more thing. Perhaps in the catalog, students can be forewarned. Maybe a statement in the catalog where if you intend to, at some point in the future, to receive a second bachelor's degree from a program other than the program of your alma mater, blah, 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 you will need said, and maybe forewarning or foreknowledge would be very helpful to the students.
I agree.
Without any further questions or discussion on that one, we'll move on to agenda item, let's see, we got 6. Yep, agenda item 6, discussion on the Texas Core Curriculum Assessment Reports. And Reinhold had given us an update in the last meeting as well, so let's see how this has progressed.
Yeah, so this also falls under the rubric of better clarification and transparency, how we do things. And we had a web page about the assessment so far, which had only minimal information on it. And the reason is that we hadn't really seen any of these reports and not thought about it. And now we have seen about, 6 assessment reports, and we have looked at it and thought about it, how to best read them and how to best be constructive with our input, since by rule, we have to look at them. So we want to work with them in the most efficient way. And so this is what I printed out as an attempt to refine the information on the assessment report. And so basically it boils down to about stepping back, we know and we knew what the assessment of the core objectives entails because it's in rules. And so it's an assessment of each core objective within the entire core, and it's assessment of the core objectives as formative assessment, which is a little bit different to the SACS assessment, where you do is the summative assessment with a degree. And also it includes an evaluation of the assessment process, so that going forward, the institution has a feedback loop, if you will, to make the assessment always a little bit better and useful in the end for the courses that are given. And I think we feel all very strongly about it, that if the core curriculum is supposed to be successful in the long run, that this assessment happens and we actually get a feeling for how the students get the core objectives. That was what we knew. Then we are adding to this two things. And one is that staff came up with a reporting structure, and that is a suggested reporting structure, and it's basically you can look at it as the things that we look for if we read these reports. Because we noticed, we're getting reports, and some are, like with everything, they're very different in structure and order and how they're built, and some are 700 pages long, and some are 20 pages long, and some have a lot of links to other pages on the web, which we didn't count. And that makes it in a way difficult for all of us, because the institution, we think, may be missing something because it's not in the structure, or we are looking for it, or it's hard for us to find it, even though they talk about it. So that's the idea behind having a suggested structure, to bring these bullets, if you will, to the forefront. And that is also the status quo. So that is what we have after looking at just a few of those reports. And the other thing is then we want to let you know how we respond to these reports. And at this point, we basically decided that we may respond in three ways. And that is, it looks like your report addresses everything you should address fully with assessment. Then there is the other one, which says, well, we saw certain things not mentioned or addressed, and these are the things, and so going forward, you probably need improvement for that, to incorporate that. And then in the middle ground, this is perfectly fine as a core assessment that satisfactorily meets the expectations. So it's a course value structure, but I think that's something that might help you as an institution to see what we read in these things.
What is the difference between satisfactory and fully? If I get a satisfactory, what does that mean to me?
The definition is put down here. The difference is that the fully exceeds minimum standards. So minimum standards in this view is satisfactory, but if the assessment has done better, it's fully.
So if I get a satisfactory, I'm fine.
Yes, I mean, there's the way I understand it, we don't do anything if you get a needs improvement.
Well, a needs improvement would tell me that I need to go do something different.
Yes.
A satisfactory tells me I'm fine. A fully meets expectations says I just got a gold star. Yeah. My objection to this three-part thing is there are people that read that and are not happy unless we get the gold star. And so that we are now spending more time assessing our core curriculum than we are teaching them in order to aim it at that gold star. What, if the gold star makes no difference, why have you made the distinction?
It does make a difference.
How?
You may want to do more, or you may not do. So it's just information for you that is your option. You know, we are asked to give you, we are asked to review your report. We do it, and we have to do something doing it.
Well, you said you were asked, is this optional to receive this review?
No, every institution has to.
No, I don't mean the full assessment. I mean this new part, the 3-part. It's not, you will automatically grade it on those 3
We
levels.
have to send, if you send us a report, we will send you a response letter.
Okay, but
Thank
that's
you for the
new,
report.
correct? Just from my understanding, that's one of the 2 new things.
And what is new is that we tell you, we have done that for the reports we received.
Okay.
What is new is that we tell you how we think about it, what we do.
Okay, does that change the timeline for submitting
No, it doesn't
to
change
SACS?
anything.
You'll
It's
be
just
working your
clarification what we
response.
put in the letter.
Okay, helpful, thank you.
A question in terms of the feedback that you give. So if a report needs improvement, you lay out what improvements that are needed then?
Yes, because staff went through it and discussed it, we will have a paragraph saying we think this and that should be included or should be addressed.
But no new report is resubmitted addressing those issues.
We haven't had, I don't think that, you know, I can, each response in that respect is, you know, stands on its own, so I cannot promise you what will be in every report, but that's the plan to, and then you will find a sentence there needs improvement, but your reporting requirement has been fulfilled for the, you know, and so you know that is okay. And you don't have to, we do that because we don't want you to go back then and write a new report right away and send it to us. So it's not a back and forth. Okay. That has been the practice so far, and that's what we intend.
Okay, but what happens if, say, I'm just a really bad university, and I submit a report that's showing that I'm real sloppy about providing the core requirements and reporting my assessment on them? Do you just send me a letter saying I need to improve?
That's what I'm saying. I cannot promise you that. If you don't do the assessment and just say something or whatever, I don't know what will happen, you know, because...
will at least the public know?
Everything what we do is public.
If you don't do an assessment, then the statute requires that the core curriculum be assessed. So if you don't do one, then we will ask you for one, yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to, because like if I don't do my assessment for SACS, they'll pull my accreditation and let it be known to the public that I am no longer an accredited university. What I think what I'm getting at is there some public notification that this school is falling way below standards in terms of providing the basic education that it should be providing, so that the public is getting some feedback in making decisions as to where to send their children?
Well, based on your suggestion, we could certainly put the results on a website. We don't currently do that. We do for a lot of other things along that line, but we don't do that now. I mean, I think part of it to keep in mind is that the kind of assessment of the core that's connected to your 10-year reaffirmation process, this part of it is something that, while it was in statute in the previous core, was not ever really enforced. Let me put it that way, okay? Because when I was at an institution, I think I did two reports in 20 years or something like that, and neither one of them coincided with SACS, and neither one of them actually had anything to do with it. And so, but be that as it may, I mean, so what we have is this new piece where we actually want to look at the assessment. And so part of this is we're still sort of working out what to do with it. And we're really only in the second year of that part of it. And in all frankness, the institutions that sort of fell into the first year after the core, we basically gave everybody a kind of a pass because they wouldn't have had any data to report, I mean, by the SACS timeline. So one of the things that Ronald didn't mention is that now that we're in the second year, we also have the situation where a lot of institutions, and because it's only the second year of a new core, they don't really have a whole lot to report now. So I think this is one of those things that as it moves along and we get into fourth, fifth year where you would expect to see some full assessment of the core, then we will probably also be looking at that. And I think it's one of those things that we'll probably be bringing back to you guys for some comment and briefing on as well as we move our way through that process.
Brett?
Yes, Richard.
I think this report structure is going to be very helpful. I appreciate having done this. But I think moving forward, my experience in assessment suggests that it is the action and follow-up that's often the weakest link. And so for the second round, you probably need a section, because it's not there now, that says, and what did you do with these new assessment plans, and what did you do to take action on it? So I think you might, obviously we're not into the second round yet, but I was just thinking down the road.
Oh, instead of just what are your plans to do, what did you actually do?
Yeah, so the next time they actually follow a report, and did you follow those plans, and then what happened as a result? I think that's probably where you close the gap on assessment.
I was just going to suggest kind of maybe a narrative on closing the loop at that point or something.
Like
I also have another suggestion, because the report structure, I agree, looks very good, and I think it provides a really good idea for basically the table of contents. But if once you get more of these reports, if you can provide like best practices tips, if we look at the SACS website currently, you can see that certain standards actually tell you, well, here for standard 2.8, yes, this is the standard and this is what you should include, but then it gives you, make sure that you are addressing this question, this question, this question, this question with graphs on this or that. That way you do get a little bit more uniformity among the types of data that you're getting as a coordinating board, and it might be more helpful to you and you might end up getting fewer of the needs improvement.
Yes, we hope we don't get many of those. And that may be going forward, that we may actually do a subcommittee from the UEAC to work some of the best practices, if you're interested, that because that you send people who do assessment and who are interested in this specifically, and they could help us create a document for that. So that would be more helpful than if staff comes up with what we see. So we should keep that on in the back of our minds, and maybe, I don't know how it's going forward, but next year already that we think about that.
There are no other comments or suggestions. I will move to agenda item 7, which is update on the low producing program review. And again, I'll turn this over to Reinhold to lead us in that discussion.
Yeah, thank you. So low producing program was, if you go back a while and you see it in those UEAC minutes, which we printed for the other purpose, was also discussed at UEAC, and it was for some time controversial, and I think it's not so anymore because the legislative change in 2013, when the low producing program statute was totally revised, and with that our rules were revised, and so we are now getting into the routine of implementing the new rules. And basically what low-producing programs are, that's those degree programs that have less than a certain number of graduates in a certain number of time. And that is for undergraduate programs, it's 25 graduates in 5 years. And for master's, it's 15. For PhD, it's less than 10 graduates over 5 years. Now, so that is the definition for a low-producing program. So the program graduates less than that number in a time frame of 5 years. And then we call that program LPP, low producing program. And we create a table of those programs on our website, and everybody can see it. Now then, with the new rules, we look at programs that have been low producing 3 years in a row. So you may think of as the timing, sliding time window, and we look for 3 years in a row as a program be low producing. And there are quite a few programs who vacillate around the number. So if you get 24 graduate 1 year, the program is LPP, the next year it's 25, then it's not LPP, so that program would not be LPP 3 years in a row. And then if a program is LPP 3 years in a row, then our board, the coordinating board, may make a recommendation to the institution's governing board or the Board of Regents to close or consolidate that program. And then the governing board has to take up the issue with the institution, decide what to do, and may either close it, consolidate it, or may leave it. If the governing board decides to leave it, then they would give the coordinating board a rationale and say what their plans are for that program, how to ramp it up, etc. And B, put it on their LAR, the legislative appropriation request. So tell the LBB about it. That happens every 2 years. So that's what would happen. Now, last year, when we did this, we had 54 programs in the entire state which were LPP 3 years in a row. And because by the time we established that and the LAR was closed for all the institutions, and also because the process is so new, staff went in contact with all those 54 programs to find out the reasons. And we found out that there were many programs that had recently restructured. So they took the new rules and they adjusted also to the new statute, and they did things to the program, hired faculty or did certain initiatives in the hopes to get up the numbers. There were other reasons which were given. One small portion of programs are specialty programs. So the institution frankly said this this master's program will never have more than 10, 12 graduates because of this specific reason. So we took all that information and we, as staff, suggested to our board not to recommend any closures last year of these programs because of those reasons, and they did not. So that was last year. This year, we have quite a bit higher number of programs that are LPP for 3 years, 121. And the main reason for that is that in the olden days, before the rules changed and statute changed, when the coordinating board was dealing by its own, it would give temporary exemptions of review. Basically, they asked the questions and they said, okay, you restructured, you want to redo something in your program, do it for 3 years and then we look at you again. So you get exempted for 3 years, we don't look at it. And we honored that exemption. Most of the programs who had exemptions this year fall off the exemptions. There will be a couple more next year. But that's why you have this jump from 54 to 121 programs that are LPP 3 years in a row. Also this year, there is no LAR due. So the plan is right now that staff recommends to the board or will suggest the board to recommend the closer consolidation of these programs. And that will have the main purpose that the discussion then moves from the program and the coordinating board to the governing board and the program or the institution as it is intended in statute. And the institutions have a whole year to do that before the next LAR is due. So we tell them now, we recommend closure, you discuss it with the governing board, and they will do that, and at the end of the process inform us, and then we go forward for the next years. Let me just think if there's something else I want to summarize. But I think, that's, sorry.
Would you share with the committee the threshold, the mathematics, the formula or formulae that was used to compute low-producing programs? Is it straight from the legislature, or is this something devised by the coordinating board? How did you approach the numbers? Determine what was and what was not a low-producing program? Is it a weighted mean?
Thresholds?
Is it a weighted mean, a standard deviation?
No, it's a pure count. We count graduates every year.
But I mean, what's the threshold?
That's the 25-15.
No.
How did you decide
How did
on
you
it?
decide or determine the
It's
the
in
threshold?
rules and rules, I think.
It's in the legislative act?
LPP is in the, I don't know if the numbers are in the statute or not. I think it's in rules, because if you look at the minutes from the 2009 to 2013, the coordinating board wanted to raise these numbers. And the UEAC had the discussion about it, and it did not happen.
Reinhold, this is Kevin Lemoyne from the UT system. I remember that discussion. I remember how it happened. I think the coordinating board staff, and I was on the staff at the time, compared thresholds of other states around the country that had them. I think there were 21 that had productivity thresholds, and the state of Texas fell on the low end. They didn't have thresholds as low as certain states.
Yes, and you're right. And so that was the discussion then, based on the other states to raise these numbers, but it did not happen. So the numbers are the same from the beginning of the time we did LPP.
Okay. My question is, and it's a question that's lasted from the very beginning when this first occurred, because when it first occurred and programs were closed, in arts and sciences at Sul Ross, we ended up with 2 programs left alive. Mm-hmm. Because we have 2,000 students. And we were being held to the exact same standards as UT Austin with their 30 or 40,000 students, which numerically, if we are going to offer a broad range of majors with over 2,000 students, it's not possible that every single one of those majors is going to be achieving that high level. And eliminating the major simply, it didn't change the courses we were offering because they were support courses for other things. But my question is if we continue, I understand that it's expensive to offer a program that it doesn't have a lot of majors, and it's expensive to run a school the size of Sul Ross. But the question is the goal of this to eliminate universities that cost more than what is reasonable to be paying per student? Or is the goal to eliminate exotic majors that have very low appeal?
The goal is to look at programs that don't have many graduates. I don't know how you can frame it in any framework you want, but it's just that we look at programs that have less than 5 graduates in a year for bachelors.
Okay, what I'm saying is if I have 120 students graduate one year, and I have 20 majors, The 20 divided into the 120, if they're exactly equal, I'm going to meet your threshold. But they're not exactly equal. We have more education majors than we do others. So I'm going to have some of my majors that aren't going to, say I may only have 2 chemistry majors. But when I compare that to the percentage of my graduates that are chemistry majors to the percentage of graduates who are chemistry majors at UT Austin or Texas State University, and I actually did this. I went through and I did a percentage of our graduates to percentages of other schools, and our percentage was as high as theirs. But our actual numbers were lower because we simply don't have the volume of students to fill it. So is it saying that small universities should not offer a diverse education?
It's if you don't have the student for the program, the program doesn't have enough graduates. We are looking at the size of the program. We don't looking at the proportion of the programs.
Universities then that are too small.
If an institution has no graduates at all, I would think that we wouldn't have a university. If you want to go to the limit, and I had enough.
But I mean, we stay consistent with 120 to 150 graduates every year. They vary over the programs, but if we start eliminating programs, we're going to reduce the number of graduates because we're no longer offering anything for the students to study. So, for example, music was eliminated. So our music majors started looking for other schools to transfer to. Now that music has been reinstated, the program is regrowing, but yeah, okay.
Well, I need to jump in there because I'm thinking of some things that may not have been thought about before, and I hope this creates an uproar in the community of faculty and scholars that we have in this room. If you look at this list and you go through a publication by the Labor Department called the Occupational Outlook Handbook, what you'll see is that some of these low-producing majors here that are listed for termination or possible termination are also associated with very, very high incomes. And is this tangential, I hope I'm using that word correctly, is this tangential to the 60-30 strategy to eliminate programs that are also associated with high incomes? I think that there's a problem with looking at averages. For example, if you take 5 numbers in a set of numbers, let's say set of number A, and all the numbers except for one number is 100,000, but the other numbers is 5. 5, 5, 5, 5, 100,000. Add them up, divide that sum by 5. Does the average look like any of the numbers in the set of numbers, or is the mean more accurate to 100,000, which it's not? Is it more accurate to represent 5, which it's not? So what I'm saying is, this may need more thinking, because if you're eliminating programs associated with high incomes, are you really?
Let's look at what I said here. All this discussion has been done endlessly before. Okay, it's not new, and if you argue that a program that goes from 15 to 2 to 0 graduates has real important for your institutions, then you have to make that case. But the statute was changed to closing the program by numbers, to a discussion between the governing board and your institution. If you have a high paying or some reason that you really want this program, the institution can keep it. It has to justify the decision and has to justify it to the state. And we are not closing the program. But if you look at the programs where you have a bachelor in business, retail, and merchandising with 1 graduate over 5 years, then I don't know, then your institution has to make that case, basically. But the discussion of whether the average or the threshold or all that is really hindering the institution, that's the past, because we don't go by that anymore. We look at this for 3 years in a row. So if a program is doing threshold by average, then it will not be on the 3-year list anyway, because it goes up and down. But I don't want to go into the big decision, what is the purpose in terms of closing down programs? Because now the focus is what is the purpose of the program? And if your institution makes a point to the governing board that is vital to the mission of the institution, then they will certainly say so.
Do you have any other comments regarding the discussion and report on the LPP? Okay. Well, and that takes us to agenda item 8, which is the consideration of future work and meeting dates. We've already discussed, creating a working group for a previous point. Our meetings are now planned 1 year in advance, just as we had for last year. So the meetings for this next year fall, our autumn meeting will fall on the 15th of September, 2017. And then our spring meeting falls right about the same time as now. It's the 20th of April. At least doesn't fall under San Jacinto Day. I looked it up again. San Jacinto ends up being Saturday unless you're
yes. As well. And with that, please look at this. If you have a professional meeting in those days where people can't go, then let me know and we can change this. We were asked to put the meeting a year and ahead, and you expressed preference for Friday, and we decided on the third Friday. That's how these were established. I looked, there's hopefully no big religious holiday in all of those. We don't want to hold it on that. And I wish we wouldn't have picked San Jacinto Day, but it's in a reverse logic of patriotism, we keep on working. So it's fine with me.
Does it really help having that a year in advance?
Well, for some people it does help. For some people it does help having it a year in advance, because you can already plan, tell your business office, travel, and different people having that there.
Other committees.
Yeah, and other committees say, we're blocking this one off. So, and as seen, I mean, we have a very good turnout today. So that's always appreciated.
Yeah, just for those of you who don't know, I mean, part of the reason we asked for the year in advance is because state law requires that most of our advisory, if not all of our advisory committee meetings, be broadcast so that they're open and available to the public. This is the one room in the agency where that's possible to do that. Okay, and so and the demand for being able to do that grows all the time. And we were earlier talking about fields of study. Well, every field of study committee is an advisory committee that has to be broadcast. And so the demand for the room grows all the time. And what was happening is people were, reserving 10 dates ahead of time, and nobody else was being able to get in, and it was creating it was really creating a lot of issues for a whole bunch across the agency. And so that was part of the reason why they told us to try to do this a year in advance and try to relieve some of the congestion, I guess.
And then we have the report by the committee chair to the board. Every year, one of the co-chairs goes and presents to the coordinating board. I presented this last June 29th. And because, Dr. Kettemer was out of the country. This year, I'm going to be out of the country, but she has said that she's going to be presenting. So there'll be one of us here to present on June 28th. The last item that's officially on here is not to forget to email the survey for the UEAC cost. Now, if you have already filled out your green little card, I think you're going to be okay, because he will have all that information. If you don't, he might have extra green cards or something, or if not, you can email him Dr. Cornelius the information. That way we get a complete set and an accurate cost before that June 29th meeting or June 28th meeting.
Because Brett will explain it to them.
Yes. I explained that one last year and gave the rundown of those numbers as well. We have talked about certain items that will be put on the agenda for the fall. One of them was brought up that marketable skills was an oversight not put onto this particular agenda, so that one should be for our fall meeting. I would expect that we would likely have a discussion of core as well on the fall agenda.
And be planning to invite the Pathway people again like last September. I was in touch with her, Cynthia Farrell, and she would come, and you expressed interest, and I think that's really a good thing to do, so that we're planning that for September as well.
Unless there are any other comments or suggestions for future work?
I have a point that if an item has already been discussed, and since there's a rolling basis of those who are members of this committee and then those who are rolling off the committee, I was not aware that item 7 had already been discussed and decided. And therefore, when I want to contribute, I would appreciate knowing in advance whether or not an item had already been decided, so I could save face in the committee and not be embarrassed or humiliated
It's already been
when it's
discussed
been
and there's
decided, and I don't appreciate that. And I just want to let you know.
Thank you, Reginald. Any other comments or additions that we can add towards our future work in the committee?
Are you going to send out an email reminding people of the working task force that you need volunteers for?
Yeah,
and who they should notify that they want to be on it, or if our provost wants to nominate somebody else?
Sure. I will work with Reginald about that.
What-
because
sorry,
he wants to go that. Well, the working group that we had
Yes.
mentioned, but you had also mentioned about possibly having another group regarding
The assessment.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so I don't know if you want to do them at the same time, or one after the other. So
Well, they might be different people.
Right. No, so, I mean, 2 working groups at the same time, I meant. Not that they do the same issue at the same time. It would be 2 different, because you may send even people who are assessment people. So, but I wasn't thinking for that issue for September, because I think we have enough with the core curriculum and marketable skills, and then what's happening with that. So,
we'll send to not violate any Open Meetings Act, Reinhold will be the one sending out all the emails.
no, you can just express to me if you have interest in the working group.
Yep.
And then we see how many people those are and how we can and then we get with you, and it's less formal. You get together. I think it's still. We had working groups before, I forget, but it's still open record, I think. I'm not sure. I mean, open meeting, not open record, open meeting. But they wouldn't be, as far as I know, they aren't transmitted, so it's a working group. There's not a advisory committee, so they're not.
I tried to look, because I was in working groups for the LTAC, and we were able to do those through electronic means as well.
Oh, even electronically? Yeah. We can look into that.
Because the size is only 3 or 4. Exactly. And we had made sure that the groups were only 4 people at the time. So.
Well, right, it has to be less than 13 people, and then you don't want to have that many people anyway, because then you're back not to. Then you rather make 2.
Yes.
You split up the topic and make 2 working groups and both report.
Well, if no further business, it is 2:24, and the meeting is adjourned, and I wish you all safe travels back home, and we will see you in the fall.
Thank you.
I get your point. My nerves got on my, and I wasn't.
It's just that I was eager to talk about the issue, and I didn't realize that
Yeah, no, I totally
you know.
understand, and that's why I'm saying this. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. I accept your apology.
Because
we're in great shape.
because I have to admit my nerves were, because I the mode in this committee is very confrontational. The mode about what we do all through the year has been very confrontational. Every day I get phone calls, almost every